Ooh, that was good. All right. If you will help me bring to order the November 8th, 2016 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Allen, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Carbajal? Ms. Wolf? Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Adam?
Here. At this time, will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Soon. All right. Supervisor Wolf, you've told me that you need to make an adjustment to the minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the minutes for departmental item D2, I spoke to Mr. Allen and then subsequently listened to the tape, and I just wanted to add a sentence that because during the making of the motion, I stated that I would support the motion as long as we were assured that all other concerned parties had an opportunity for input. And I understood that that was part of the motion. So I just wanted to ensure that that was in the minutes. Is that what everyone's understanding?
That's the way I recall it as well.
Okay, thank you. So that would be the only change I would make, and with that, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
Okay, do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Ms. Maisato.
Good morning, Chair Adam and board members. I am pleased to introduce this morning our new public defender, Tracy McCouga, whose first day was yesterday. Ms. McCouga, she could come up to the podium. She has more than 24 years of experience in criminal defense law, and most recently was the Assistant Public Defender in Riverside County. We are excited that she'll be joining us, leading her team of about 70 lawyers, investigators, and administrative staff. I'd also like to take this time to thank Kenneth Clayman, who has been serving as our interim public defender for almost a year. His guidance and management of the office has set a solid foundation for Ms. McCouga's leadership. So thank you to Mr. Clayman. And with that, I'll hand it over to Tracy to say a few words.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the warm, kind, and very generous introduction, and welcome to the Santa Barbara family. I would also like to express my gratitude and appreciation for entrusting me with the leadership of an amazing organization, amazing lawyers, amazing investigators, and amazing support staff. I'm deeply committed to ensuring the indigent clients of Santa Barbara County receive excellent, vigorous, ethical, and dignified representation. I don't take this responsibility lightly or your trust in me. I know by the board choosing me and again supporting the Public Defender's Office that you are honoring your constitutional mandate and responsibilities to provide services for the indigent. Although our job as the Public Defender's Office is adversarial in nature and our loyalty uncompromising when it comes to our clients, I want to assure you that I will work closely and collaboratively with all of the justice partners to address the challenges facing our community and to continue to make Santa Barbara County a leader in criminal justice reform and best practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
All right. Thank you very much. Does anybody want to pull any administrative items? Supervisor Lavanino? Supervisor Farr? Supervisor Wolf? Supervisor Carbajal? Which item?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull
would you like?
A3.
A3. Okay, and I will be pulling A5, 6, and 11. So let's go with A3 first.
And Chair Adam, members of the board, I have requests to speak from the public on items A3, A5, and A11 as well.
Okay. So we'll handle them in order. Let's go with A3 first.
Chair Adam, members of the board, Item A3 is from Behavioral Wellness. It's to consider recommendations regarding the Mental Health Service Act Plan update for fiscal year 16-17.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just wanted to highlight and point out that the Mental Health Commission expressed some serious concerns about process regarding the Mental Health Service Act update or plan that has been developed and is now being implemented. Long story made short, they have expressed in a letter dated September 21st, 2016, their dismay that they didn't really have, felt that they had a real opportunity to provide more input and to be more constructively part of the process. And I raise this because I know our mental health executives are here. And I just don't think that it's great that we have an advisory body that's there to collaborate and work with the department on the board's behalf on these very important issues. So I want to acknowledge their concerns so that perhaps in the future we could do a much better process and a better outreach with the Mental Health Commission to make sure that there's better communication and they feel that they've been heard. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the public on that one.
Our
Wait,
speaker on,
I have a comment too.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I received this letter also back in September and discussed the concerns raised with Dr. Gleghorn. So it might be if Dr. Gleghorn, after we hear from the public speaker, because I think there may have been some follow-up discussions, but I don't want to speak for the director. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we want to hear from the public first, or do we want to go ahead and comment?
I'm happy to address some of the concerns, but it's up to you.
Well, we want you to do that.
Okay.
The question is, why don't we hear the public first, and
Okay.
then you might want to respond.
our speaker is Jan Winter.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, I'm Jan Winter, Chair of the Mental Health Commission. And thank you, Supervisor Carbajal, for recognizing our letter and the fact that we were not part of the process and very much want to be. We are a group of people, many of us have served on the commission for years and years, and we have enormous ability to offer some input on what's going on in the department, and also to communicate to you and to the public, the general public, what the department is doing, when it's doing really well, which it often does, and when we find some things that need attention. Excuse me. The Little Hoover Commission in September issued a report that indicated that at the state level there is really deficient oversight of the expenditures from the MHSA funding, and it's leading to the legislature raiding those funds for other purposes, which is distressing to all of us, I know. So it behooves us at the county level to be particularly careful about deploying those scarce funds, which will become scarcer after this recent plan by the governor to provide housing interest on housing funds for bonds from MHSA funds. We received a chance to have some input in March. The commission did with the general public, not in our commission meetings, and we made some observations and did some input there, and a lot of it was not incorporated into the final product. So we again felt that we hadn't had sufficient input. 2 times, commissions agendized at the behest of the department subsequent discussions at commission meetings, and they were canceled by the department. I don't suggest that you not approve this plan because we're already 4 months into it, but we do want to have input, particularly with respect to provision of additional funds for the continuation of SB 82 crisis services, and also the Laura's Law project, which is funded for 1 year but will need additional funding from the department. So I thank you for your attention to this, and
Yes, you're
I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's the only, okay. Director, Dr. Gleghorn.
Good morning, members of the board. MHSA, as you know, was a proposition in 2004, and the planning process is guided by very clear direction from the state. Proposition 63, which was the original legislation for MHSA, was very clear that all the programming be developed with a broad community planning process. That means everybody, a wide community planning process. And certainly all the other counties that I've worked with have done an extensive job of including all members of the public. Certainly I don't know what the planning process was here originally, but in other counties, many, many partners were brought into the planning process. The planning process was never intended to be limited to one advisory group. However, the guidelines do stipulate that the plan, once it's been developed with that community input, is to be posted as part of the Mental Health Commission or the Mental Health Board's agenda, and then remain posted for 30 days, during which we collect public comment, and then we incorporate that public comment as part of the ultimate plan that results, and that's brought again before a Mental Health Commission or Board. It is not required to be approved by a local mental health commissioner or board. It's just required to be heard. And so we have complied with what the state guidelines stipulate we go through for an MHSA planning process. In the last 5 or 6 years or so, instead of doing an annual planning process, the state has asked counties to put together a 3-year plan. And I wasn't here the last time they did the planning process for the current 3-year plan, but what you have before you is the last year of the current 3-year plan. So basically what was designed for what's before you today was already approved 2.5 years ago by the board. What is different in this year's plan is adjusting to eliminate funding for 2 programs that now are funded through the Affordable Care Act. So rather than put state money into something that has an alternate source of funding, that was eliminated. So essentially, nothing in this plan has changed from what was approved by this board 3 years ago and submitted as the county's 3-year plan. The timing of submitting this to the board, actually we had submitted it earlier and we deferred this timing now at people's requests because of earlier agendas being full. But it is not, it didn't come before you on time by July 1st, but we did complete our entire planning process, which included stakeholder groups in each region. A number of members of the Mental Health Commission did attend those planning meetings, and then we followed the stipulations from the state for how to move this forward. So the big planning process for the next 3-year project is about to start. And we do plan to do a much more extensive job than has been done in the last 2 years when I've been here, because after all, the 3-year plan had already been put into place. Now we have a chance to look at what is funded under the next 3-year plan. We cannot cut existing programs to fund additional programs like AOT. That's also a direction from the state. But if we find other opportunities to cut programs and rearrange funding. As I suggested, we just cut 2 programs that have funding through the Affordable Care Act. If we find opportunities like that, that's certainly going to be part of the discussion. But we do have an extensive planning process that's about to launch for this next 3-year plan.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you. You know, no doubt there was an extensive process. No doubt you're doing everything legally that we need to do. All that is great. And I think the only point I wanted to make is that even though the commission isn't perhaps the final authority, perhaps I think what they're asking for me, it's very simple. They're just saying, we want to be a little bit more part of this process. What you just told us, you could easily go to their meeting and tell them that and let them just look at all the wonderful work that I think the department's done. What I take away from the letter is not so much that they're impugning everything, they're just saying they would have liked to have been a little bit more part of the process. And that's the point that I hope we can heed, because again, they are an advisory committee, and it's just good to have good communication and a good partnership. To have otherwise is not good. To continue to have a commission and utilize them as citizen volunteers that they are, that they want to participate and impact our system for the better good, I think. So I think that's all they're saying is, please include us. We weren't included as much. I think that's all they're saying.
Supervisor Carvajal, through the chair, I hear what you're saying, and I just need to repeat that members of the commission did come to the community processes that we had, and we are on the agenda every month with an MHSA update if there is something to bring to them. And we have given a number of updates over the past, well, since I've been here on MHSA. So again, I really want to stress that MHSA is to have broad input across the county. And we do bring this plan to the Mental Health Commission, and we will continue to get their input. And their input is incorporated, as is comments from the rest of the stakeholders in the county.
Ms. Masato.
Supervisors, just in short, I want to just reiterate what Dr. Gleghorn said. We do intend that the next process will be more inclusive, and understanding the opinions and the perspective of the Mental Health Commission. So we will ensure there's a more inclusive process with the community and the commission.
Okay. Do we have another speaker?
We have a late slip from Dr. Johns.
All right.
Dr. Johns?
Thank you, supervisors. Without going into too much politics, for too many years, this mental health in this county has been under your thumb, Supervisor Carbajal, and that should have been one of the campaign issues. However, we all know that you have made some drastic mistakes. And when you go to the 24th or 34th or whatever it is, you had better not ask for the Mental Health Commission, okay? Because you don't know what you're doing. Now, I'm going to speak, I always speak plain language. I'm not going to be beating around the bush. There's plenty of money here in this county, and just because people are leaving here, there's plenty of money in this county to support mental health the way it's supposed to be supported. And when you leave here, elected or not, see, everyone seems to be pointing and talking to you. There are other supervisors here. And you've done a disastrous job with this mental health. And your only claim to fame, as I've said many times, is that you were on the Mental Health Commission. Otherwise, you have no other experience here. And for everyone to be talking to you, they're talking to dead meat. That's you. So I would like to see this, as Dr. Cleghorn said, a wide variety of people, groups for this county board of supervisors to make selections from. And as you heard Carbajal, he wants to keep, last day here, still wants to keep it under his thumb. He's saying no to Dr. Cleghorn. He's saying no to Dr. Cleghorn. Dr. Cleghorn is saying back to him, yes, yes, yes. I encourage you, Board of Supervisors, to let this guy go, Carbajal, and let us take more influence from our mental health director. Thank you, supervisors. Thank you. And bye-bye, Carbajal.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we leave this item, I just want to say that, you know, I too think it's very important that the department and the Mental Health Commission work positively and collaboratively together. Even though the requirement for MHSA is, you know, for broad stakeholder outreach, including the Mental Health Commission, the Mental Health Commission is empowered in state law, as I understand, to write an annual report about how the department is doing overall, not just to do with the MHSA plan. So I think that that is an extremely important role. That's why I think all of us up here make our appointments to that commission as well as the others very seriously. And so I too hope that as the next planning process starts, that the Mental Health Commission will have a robust role in that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I would like to chime in on those remarks as well, and to cite that at the back end of the board letter, there's a sentence that states, as income tax that funds MHSA is paid by only a very small portion of the population, approximately 0.1% of California taxpayers, it is subject to some variability from year to year. And I think we should all pray that the top 1%, top 1/10 of 1% of taxpayers do very well so that we can have money in the future. So we don't need a roll call vote on this? No. Okay. Let's go to item A5.
Chair Adam, members of the board, also from Behavioral Wellness, this is regarding Behavioral Wellness Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program Design.
No, you haven't got to general public comment yet, and you know, the only reason I pulled this item was as I read it, I kind of started wishing that I hadn't voted for it. But you know, by the time I got to the end of the board letter, it just seems like that the department I needed to pull it and tell the department that they did a great job putting it together, and it was kind of, I realized it was a stretch for you guys and extra work that you weren't planning on doing, and there was many challenges involved in it, and I think that I just love the number and quality of the performance measures that you're going after, and I think that if we're successful in funding this thing for the next 3 years, I think we're going to have some really valuable information. And I think everybody wants to know all the answers to what that is at the end of the sample period. So I think it's going to be really valuable. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to chime in with praise also for all of it. Aaron Weber of my staff has been attending a lot of the meetings, and I think, you know, besides the Behavioral Wellness Department,
staff. This issue certainly touches a number of county departments that have all been involved and have all worked together very well as the input from the advocates for mental health issues. So thank you to everybody. This has been an incredible process and a great document, and like Supervisor Adam, I look forward to the data that comes out of it and the assistance to people that really need our help. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a public comment.
Our speaker on A5 is Tom Franklin.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to thank Dr. Gleghorn and particularly Pam Fisher for her leadership in putting this program together. She was organized, professional, inclusive, and more than anything else, patient. And we look forward to its implementation and, just as important, tracking its progress. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Having no other comments,
I have an additional late slip on A5 if you'd like to accept it.
all right.
Lynn Gibbs.
Generally, our practice is that we don't take late slips after the speaking starts, but this agenda is a little funny, so
Well,
please go.
thank you
Go
for
ahead.
including me then. I wanted to support what Tom Franklin said about how positive this stakeholder process has been under Pam Fisher's leadership in designing the Laura's Law program. And I think having participated in the stakeholder group that included family members and consumers, we worked so strongly together and so well together that it's been a great experience. And throughout this process, we've heard from law enforcement and so on about, the collaborative process that can happen with Laura's Law, and that this will be, to my knowledge, a program that really addresses the problem we have with people who are so severely ill that they won't accept treatment, don't know they need it, and won't go to a clinic. So I just wanted to, again, emphasize the importance of this program and the positive things that have happened so far. And we look forward to, NAMI looks forward to continuing to work with the department and specifically with Pam Fisher on implementation. So thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we'll move on to A6.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item A6 is from Community Services. It's regarding a change order for professional services. This is between the County of Santa Barbara and AMEC Foster Wheeler for continuation of consultant services on the Barone Ranch Trail project in the 3rd District.
Okay, and I just want a roll call vote for the reasons that I've stated on previous
I'll move this item.
occasions. Okay, Mr. Allen?
Mr. Carbajal? Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Adam?
No.
4 to 1 passes. Thanks.
Okay, and on to A11.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item A11 is from Human Resources. It's to consider recommendations regarding the Service Employees International Union Local 620 Successor Memorandum of Understanding.
Okay, I pulled this item so we could discuss what kind of a hole we're in, and I don't know if we have the slide that Mr. Alvarez produced yesterday available. Do we have that, Ms. Maisato? Oh, there it
We
is.
can put it, I don't believe we have the slide.
Okay, maybe Mr. Caldwell would like to go before We see the slide.
We have,
Yeah.
Mr. Caldwell and
It's only
then
fair, you made me fill time for you once, so now you gotta fill time for me.
Sam Ramirez will follow Mr. Caldwell.
Chair Adam, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. You know, on the face of it, this contract is certainly not overly generous at 2.5% raises over time. And we wish that you could afford it. But, you know, what we've argued over the years, for over 20 years, is the huge disconnect between the board approving step increases or contracts outside of the overall picture of the budget. So last week, you had a report from your CEO that you're going to have a $30 million annual hole in your budget within a few years. This week, you're doing a contract for the next several years, and next week, you're going to have a budget update. Why wouldn't we be doing all that at once? Why wouldn't you be getting all the information at one time that you're going to have a $30 million annual hole because of pension liabilities? You're wanting to approve a contract within 3 years that's going to cost an additional $15 million. And how does that look in terms of your overall budget? And of course, the other thing would be great is if you looked on the revenue side and say, well, why did you shoot down Orchid Hill? Why isn't the pipeline along the coast back into operation? What have you done to get that project back online? To what degree have you asked the feds why it's taken them longer to reopen an existing pipeline than it would almost take to build a new one? And then you have the issue this afternoon on the Gaviota coast. You know, you got one house that's in your top 10 list of taxpayers. One house in the South County made the top 10 list. What if you had 10 more of those along the coast? What's wrong with having mansions on the coast? You have mansions in Hope Ranch, you have mansions in Montecito, you have mansions in Carpinteria, you have mansions in the San Ynez Valley. What's wrong with mansions on the coast if, in fact, you can bring in enough tax revenue just from property taxes that would help fix your budget? We've been asking for an overall comprehensive plan on how you're going to manage your debt and how you're going to increase revenue the old-fashioned way by letting the economy grow. And we've heard nothing but crickets. How do you approve something? You don't have the money to approve this. You don't have the money. And part of that's through your own fault. So how can you approve this? You have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers and the ratepayers in this county to balance your budget. It's not balanced. You can't approve this in light of the information you got last week. Thank you.
Sam Ramirez.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. Sam Ramirez with SEIU Local 620. We believe, you know, in speaking with our members, last Thursday, the members ratified this proposed contract. We'd ask that you move forward with your staff's recommendation for approval of it. For the last 6 months, your negotiating team and our negotiating team has bargained in good faith, and so we feel that what is proposed, while it does not solve all the issues that have been presented by our members, it is a step in the right direction. You know, any shortfalls that the county has experienced over the last couple of years, our membership has taken much of that upon their workload, upon their shoulders, and we'd ask that the board approve this contract as presented. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez has gone. Where? Oh, that's disappointingly small. Okay, so what this is right there is the top part of that sheet is and I asked Mr. Alvarez to put this together for us. That is out of the 5-year forecast that was presented to us in April of 2016. And would you like to run through it, Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, I'm sorry, I had to get my other glasses for this slide.
I could have given you mine.
Okay, so if you can just take it down just a little bit so we see the last numbers on the slide, no, the other way, Ken? Right there, stop. Okay, so what we have on this top section, this was the 5-year forecast that we presented last April. This was part of our budget process. This was the first time we had loaded a 5-year forecast within the FIN system. We got the information out, we presented it forward. It was primarily a projection from the departments. We've gotten some updates on some of this information. We'll be coming back with that update in December, and then we'll do the whole process over again starting in January, February, and that'll be coming to the board in April again. At that point, this was all departments, general fund and other. We saw 4.6 million. This was for the, just let me see. That was for the 16-17 year. And actually, it kind of follows here. So that's the 16-17 year. 17-18 went negative 11 million, 14 million, 19 million, 22 million going forward. So that was the unaltered 5-year forecast. We get this information, and from that, we then require departments to balance their budgets, and they do that in a variety of ways. To that, we have recently received the information from SB SERS, so we've overlaid that information. So this is a total amount here. This is the gross expenses, 10.8 million that would go into the 17-18 year, growing to 15 to 20 and 25. I would want to caution that this is a gross number, and so what happens in a lot of cases when you have increased costs, you have you qualify for increased revenue offsets or reimbursements from federal and state sources. So these are just the gross cost numbers, whereas these numbers are the net numbers. And then down here, what I've shown is the impact of the SEIU 620 contract. So this is the first year impact, and again, this is only above what was budgeted in the 5-year forecast above. So in the 5-year forecast, we budgeted a 2% raise. So that the 2% is already in there, so there's no impact in 16-17 because it's 2% in 16-17. Going to 17-18, it would be, this is the incremental 1% that's being added on here. So that's 1.9, and I'm showing that being a new cost for every year. And then this is the second increase of 3%. I'm sorry, the 3% total, but I'm only showing the 1% beyond what we had budgeted there. And then there were some other miscellaneous items that were included, and I've summarized all of those. There are about 3 or 4 of them that I grouped into this last line item here. So these are total additional costs that we'll be seeing. Again, there will be some revenue offsets. And then again, what we do in the budget process is we send this information to the departments so that they can work to balance their budgets, and they always submit balanced budgets going forward, and we work with them to do that. But this is the information that we've prepared.
Well, thank you very much. And then what I've done further than that, because we had a conversation yesterday about that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mischaracterizing your statements, but you were worried that, or you were thinking that those numbers would change up there in that top, and they would shrink. They would get better, in other words.
Supervisor Adam, that's correct. So we've heard from a couple of departments, like one clerk recorder assessor showed a $2 million negative. They have received state funding for that, so that $2 million will go away, and that'll improve the 17-18 column.
Okay, so if I were to cut that in half, if I would just make that 50% of what it is, do you believe that we could possibly achieve cutting those numbers in half without service level reductions? I mean, just by natural circumstances evolving?
I think that what would happen is departments would go back, and they typically can reduce the cost, but it typically would involve some form of service
level
reduction.
Reductions, yeah. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So what I did, just for my own purposes, is to just to illustrate what a hole we're in, is I went back and cut those numbers in half on the top chart, so they're 50% of what they appear to be there, and then I added those to the bottom, and our best case, you could say, scenario for next year is a $19 million deficit, and the following year is a $27.2 million deficit, and the following year, which would be 19-20, would be a $34.6 million deficit, and then 2021 is a $41.4 million deficit, totaling 122.2 million for the period. So the next 4 years, if you cut in half the expected deficits from that top sheet, you're looking at having to absorb at ever increasing intervals or ever increasing amounts for the next 4 years, $122 million. And so, you know, it goes back to these little decisions like today. And so that's the way I wanted to set this up. Supervisor Wolf.
If I could add one thing before that comment. I think what you're doing in adding the two together, the top numbers are net numbers after revenue reimbursement, and the bottom numbers are gross costs without revenue offset, so that you can't add them without, and we don't have enough information yet from the departments to know what that revenue offset is. So we would need to factor that in as well when we go through that calculation.
Well, again, you know, I would just ask you, is that going to get cut in half, or is it going to get, what's your gross estimate of
It's
that?
very hard to say. So departments like mental health, primarily Medi-Cal, they get reimbursement. So they get a very large portion of reimbursement back. Others may not. So you have to go through it. And actually in other departments, it's different by each program. So it's a very complex calculation, and I couldn't swag that at this point.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to, did you want to take this item separately?
Yes.
I'd like to move this item.
I'd like to,
Supervisor Labadino.
because I got, well, I think it's interesting too, when we do this 5-year outlook and you're going to tell me what's going to happen in 2022. I guarantee you, going back 5 years, you would have never predicted where we're at right now. I think it's really interesting during budget time. We cannot predict what the property tax is going to be 3 days before it happens. So I take this, to be honest with you, it's a best guess estimate. I take that with a grain of salt. You cannot tell me what's going to happen with the TOT. You cannot tell me what's going to happen with the economy. If you could, you know, you'd be my financial advisor. And it's not against you, Tom. It's just that that's the way that the numbers are. And I know we ask you to do this exercise, but it's really the economy is the economy, and we're based on property tax. And yes, we leave a lot on the table on this board, I feel, but you know, I also looked at something that we saw in our budget overview going back, and I know this is way too small for everybody to see, but just to reference it, it's page 27 in our budget overview, and it's salary trends without benefits.
Supervisor Lebanon, I did send that to Ken Lehman.
Look at
if you want
Tom.
to pull that up.
Right on. Okay, so salary trends without benefits, which I know is without benefits, and we're not talking about the pension costs, but if you look at that, it's been relatively flat for a long time. And since I've been on the board, this is now the 6th year. We're doing a 6-year. We just got done with a 2-1-1, and now we're going another 3 years out. And if you average out that 6 years, you're talking about a 12% increase over 6 years, which to me comes out to 2% a year, which I think is what we budget, and I think is very reasonable. Now, you know, we negotiated in good faith. We sent our negotiating team out. We negotiated in good faith. I would hate for any other organization to look at us, whether that's the Chumash, Dignity Health, whoever we're negotiating with, and put an offer out there, have them agree to it, and then come back and say, kind of changed our mind. Now, I know circumstances have changed, but I think that we can't say that we didn't know that the retirement board had the possibility of lowering the assumption rate. We saved money in the budget for it, so we knew it was coming. We weren't sure it was going to be 50 basis points, but it is what it is, and I think I at least support the move down to 7% because I think it's closer to the real number. So what this means is, yes, salaries are going to go up 2%. And what it also means is, as Andy said, is during budget times, which unfortunately we don't get to do all this all at once, but during budget times there's going to be some tough decisions that have to be made. And it might mean that there are service level reductions, which means that maybe some of the people that this raise goes to might be in jeopardy of losing their job. You know, at some point, I think we have close to 4,300 employees. I know when we were down at the end of when we were in the middle of the Great Recession, we were down closer to 3,500, 3,600. So, you know, at some point, there's a finite amount of money, and you only have so many employees that can get paid a certain amount of money. So I find this to be reasonable. And like I said, I would hate for us to have to go back and go back on something that we offered. That's just not the way I think a good business runs. And so I'll be supporting this.
Supervisor Wolf.
Oh, I thought we had a motion a second, so,
Okay. Well, your light's still on.
because I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Allen, without further ado.
Mr. Carbajal? Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Passes 4-1.
All right, and that concludes our items. So we're off to, is it 24, Mr. Allen?
Yes, if we
21?
could get a motion
No.
to approve the balance of the admin agenda?
All in favor? Aye. '21, huh?
All right, and then, let's, Chair Adam and members of the board, we have one resolution to present today. And so we're going to go to Santa Maria. We're going to change it up a little bit today. If we go to Santa Maria, please, and we have the Segura family is there, and they are here to receive a resolution that's sponsored by Supervisor Farr, which is November 2016 is being recognized as National Court Adoption and Permanency Month in Santa Barbara County. And I think Yvonne Bealey is there from Supervisor Lavanino's office, and if Yvonne could present the resolution.
Devin Drake.
Thank you. And Devin Drake is there. Then I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes that it's every child's basic right to belong to a permanent, safe, and loving adoptive family, which enables them to develop to their fullest potential. And whereas it's anticipated that at least 100 adoptions will be finalized this year in Santa Barbara County, and the Santa Maria Juvenile Court will celebrate National Adoptions Day on November 16th, where at least 7 adoptions will be finalized. And whereas California has more than 60,000 children and youth in the foster care system, and the average foster child waits for an adoptive family for more than 2 years. In Santa Barbara County, there are over 400 children and youth in foster care, and of these, 100 children and youth are currently awaiting adoption by a forever family. And whereas adoption is a remarkable experience and permanently impacts and enriches the lives of both the children and the adoptive families alike. And whereas our adoptive children and families deserve community and public agency support, and Adoption and Permanency Month serves to honor the dedication of caring members of the community, including resource families, service providers, members of the Juvenile Court, and the Department of Social Services, who work in collaboration to ensure a better life for the children in Santa Barbara County. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes the month of November 2016 as Court Adoption and Permanency Month. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Adam, members, yeah, it's on.
You're on.
I just, you can hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Great. So Chair Adam and members of the board, and especially Supervisor Farr, thank you for taking this time to put together this resolution. I'd like to introduce you to the Seguras. They, back in 2001, welcomed into their home a sibling set of 3 beautiful young girls who had been severely neglected. Luckily for these 3 beautiful girls, the Seguras are both elementary school educators, and they took him in, showed him great love. At the time, it was just a foster home. They then kept them in their home and ended up adopting them. The three girls have been very successful in life and have actually are all in college at this point in time. And so we owe a lot to the Seguras, but also to all our adoptive families who take in our kids. So I'd like to present you them, and they have a few words to say.
I'm Monique Segura. Thank you for honoring us. I just want to share a little bit about our story. I'm a kindergarten teacher. Our middle daughter, Vanessa, was in my kindergarten class in foster home with her oldest sister, and the younger sister, Marissa, was in a separate home. And at that point, we weren't looking to adopt, we weren't looking to foster, but we saw a need, and it ended up that we needed them as much as they needed us. Sorry. They were 4, 6, and 7. Sorry. Now they're 19, 21, and 22. And it has been a journey. And as I was here watching your meeting, please support anything you can with mental health, because that is something that we do deal with our beautiful daughters. It's right lined up in what's going on with them. But the other thing I just wanted to add is the county was so supportive of us throughout this entire journey, and I really want to acknowledge Lupe Valdez for all that she did throughout the journey. I still send Christmas cards, and the girls still see her in the community. But I also just want to say how important it is for children to be in an environment so that they can be nurtured. So thank you.
But we're very appreciative that we were asked to accept this on behalf of foster and adoptive families in Santa Barbara County. As public school teachers, we see dozens of foster children and adopted children come through our classrooms every year. And we really do appreciate the work that the county does through their social services and how they work cooperatively with other agencies, for example, regional centers, and making sure that these children receive all the services that are available to them so that they can grow up to be productive and healthy children and become adults who contribute to our communities throughout Santa Barbara County. We're both Santa Barbara County people. We consider this home. Went to school here, went to college locally, so this is our home, and we really do want our children to be able to live in a place where they feel like their community loves them as much as their family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, on behalf of the whole board, we want to thank you for your service to our community. And there's... Yeah. All right, thank you very much. All right, so we're down to public comment. Mr. Allen?
Chair Adam, members of the board, we have 7 requests under public comment this morning. We're going to start in Santa Maria with Patricia Faulkner, to be followed by Kathy Ortiz. Patricia?
Good morning. My name is Patricia Faulkner. I'm a longtime Lompoc resident. I'm here today to encourage you to make it high priority on your agenda to secure the monies made available by the recently signed Assembly Bill 1618, No Place Like Home. This bill would allow counties such as Santa Barbara to afford construction properties for the purpose of housing persons within our community whom are homeless and also suffer from mental illness. This bill would provide Santa Maria and Lompoc the ability to salvage the lives of many individuals within our community. These individuals have little or no hope of being successful because they lack the basic necessities in life: 4 walls, a roof, a place to live, to sleep, to thrive, a home. The majority of our homeless are single adults with no dependents. They're rarely given consideration for any type of assistance. These individuals, often suffering from mental illness, are at a high risk of remaining homeless without the funds from AB 1618. Santa Barbara is a mid-sized county, therefore eligible for the first round of funding. So again, I encourage you to secure these funds to enrich our community, provide positive change, I thank you for your time, consideration, and your service to the community.
I think we're done.
Is Kathy Ortiz there? We're still in Santa Maria. Kathy Ortiz, and then we're
Hi.
gonna come back to Santa Barbara for Dr. Johns.
Reset the clock, Mike. There you go.
Hi, my name is Kathy Ortiz. I live here in Santa Maria. I'm a taxpayer and a voter. I'm here today to ask that Santa Barbara County put in for the first round of funding for Assembly Bill 1618, No Place Like Home. Since Santa Barbara County is a mid-sized county, we can put in for the first round of funding as soon as the regulations have been passed. This will be advantageous because the bigger counties cannot apply to the second or third round. We can use this to end homelessness in our county. Homelessness has now exceeded gang violence in Santa Maria. A recent statistic from Santa Maria Police Department states that out of all 911 calls made in Santa Maria, 60% of those have to deal with homelessness and the issues that surround it. Our state government has set aside this money to help end homelessness. So please, apply for the first round of funding for Assembly Bill 1618. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're coming back to Santa Barbara for Dr. Johns, to be followed by Heather Shields.
Now, we all know that this county has a dire need for mental health, and it hasn't been receiving the proper care. And today's persons coming before here, foster care, homeless people, we just haven't been doing the proper job that we should be doing. I want to switch to the election. We're on the eve of a great election, and Trump says it's rigged. It is rigged in favor of. We know who that's rigging. And it's also rigged here in Santa Barbara County. And you know, we talk about budget cuts, and some people may be have to leave. What we really need, though, I should say what we don't need is someone who's being paid 2 checks. See, a guy like Joe Holland, an election engineer, he's getting 2 checks. The question here is, during an election, why should a man like Joe Holland, and I'm speaking directly to you, Carbajal, why should a man be getting 2 checks, and he's the election engineer? It sounds like corruption. It sounds like, it's for, and he's been doing that for years. For years he's been doing that. And so I think we ought to look at that. We ought to take a real good look at that. And we've had some very close calls where we had to go to the Superior Court. And I just think that's not a good idea. That's not a very good idea. And I think that we ought to eliminate that. A lot of people don't even know that a guy like that gets 2 checks. And so we talk about jobs may be eliminated. Why does one man have 2 checks? I keep repeating that because I think there's something very, very corrupt about that. And but we'll know the election results. And I've been talking about this for about 3 weeks. And I want something to be done about this guy. I think he is, well, he kind of reminds me of back in the 60s when corporate America wanted to look good, so they put a black woman at the front door. And so people come in, they couldn't get hired. Joe has Hispanic people. It's great for Hispanic people, but he's trying to look good. That's a good sign. Thank you.
Heather Shields, to be followed by Michael Topping.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. Don't worry, I voted already.
I would like to draw attention to a sentence in the introduction of the Gaviota Plan regarding the environment section of the land use element.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Yeah, this is going to be item D4, which is a item that's coming up on the agenda. This is a time to talk about things that are not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are we going to have time to talk about that
Yes, we
later?
are.
Okay.
And let me just say what I'm thinking here, which is that we're going to, because the way this schedule is laid out, Mr. Weston, are we planning on continuing this D1?
Good morning. We were asked to consider continuance, and we agreed to it. So we trust and hope that will happen this morning.
Okay, so just for agenda management, I'm just thinking that if we could take the Gaviota plan first, and I checked with Supervisor Farr, and she doesn't have an objection. So if we can take the Gaviota plan first, then that puts us into a little bit of a late lunch, and then we've got a fairly long closed session this afternoon, and then we've got 2 community services items for this afternoon, which shouldn't be that long, but otherwise it kind of makes a weird day out of it. So if we could take the Gaviota plan without objection, that's what we'll do. And so that kind of hinges on the fact that you're not going to take an hour right now. So, okay, so if we've continued item D1. Supervisor
Mr. Chair, I guess I'll just make a formal motion to continue this item. Do we have a date, Mr. Allen? I believe it's the 22nd or the 13th?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Gazzoni wants to break in on you.
So, Chair Adam and Supervisor, so we're in public comment, and I understand the housekeeping on the potential continuance, but maybe we could call that item, if we wanted to go to item D1 for the continuance, call the item, and then also hear from both the public as to any public comment on the issue of continuance before the motion.
All right, well, let's just get done with public comment, but I think this is where we're headed, so we haven't taken any action yet. Is that all right, Supervisor?
Yeah,
Carvajal?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, then, wrapping up public comment, we're going to go with Michael Topping, to be followed by Ed Kolaski.
I would ask you if it was your district.
Well, happy Election Day. Good luck to all of us. We're going to need it.
Indeed.
Anyway, last time I was here, I handed out everybody a copy of the county flood control report in Atascadero Creek from Mr. Matt Griffin, civil engineering specialist. Guess everybody's had enough time to go over this. I called up everybody's staff, and I really want to thank Peter Adam. I want you to tell Bob, your chief of staff, that he was the most helpful, positive person I've met in politics in my whole life.
Well, I wouldn't be anything without Bob, so.
Well, he's a fantastic person.
He's fantastic.
And
agree.
I just wanted to, he wasn't here, I wanted to shake his hand in person. Anyway, the reason I'm here again is after going through this, I guess the consensus is that the Atascadero Creek was built for a 50-year scenario of a flooding. And then the federal government changed the rules to make it a 100-year flood situation, of which the federal government has money to update this situation. And I'd like to have this put on the agenda. I want to have it come to a vote. I think I got about 3 supervisors, including Peter, that's on my side, our side. We have 100 families, and a lot of people right now are very concerned that all it's going to take is one big storm to flood us out. About 100 families with women and children. And a lot of people are very worried that they're in danger because of this, and they don't understand when there's federal money to do this, why something is not being done. Anyway, that's about it. I thank you for your support and your time, and hopefully we'll get on this motion.
Ed Kolaski. And then following Mr. Kolaski is Dorothy Dent, who's our final speaker under public comment.
I'm here on a personal matter. I've been here before. I've been here last week.
We got 4 meetings through SBAR, the Board of Architectural Review, and we had a straw vote of 5-2. It looked like our design was in the bag. The 2 objected to the second story. They wanted the second story not to violate guideline 4.7. That is, do not locate it only over the garage or any single entity of the dwelling. So what we proposed was to increase it so that it's over the dining room, the kitchen, and part of the living room. We go into the 5th meeting and they take a vote, 7-0. They kicked us out of the meeting. We weren't there 15 seconds. They had Dylan jumping up and screaming at us. And Alex goes, "That's it, you're out of here." We never got to say a single word, and I believe that's against the law. Even if you don't pay for a public meeting, it is illegal to eject someone. But we paid for this meeting, and boy, did we pay hard. Now, eventually I wound up here before the supervisors, and I put this drawing up on the board at that time. And you know, Supervisor Peter Adam here didn't take 2 seconds to recognize that that's not solely over the garage. It's not that difficult. You can read dining room, you can see where I've outlined it. And yet Doreen and Janet started praising SBAR, the Board of Architectural Review. They kicked us out of a meeting. And then to add insult to injury, they write up some minutes. We weren't even there. They said that we were unwilling to do changes, that we were unwilling. They never looked at our drawing. How could we be unwilling when they didn't even look at our drawing? And what makes matters worse, not all 7 knew what our drawing even composed of. You know, you got to submit your drawings before you show up. But I believe there were 4 people that never saw our drawing because they commented, "You didn't make any changes." You mean adding 300 square feet to a 400 square foot project is not any changes? And then they wrote up a 64-page report on it. And in this 64-page report, they're describing the overlay, that our overlay is solely over the garage. 64 pages. And they didn't put in the one drawing that shows this overlay, that it's over the garage, the dining room, the kitchen, and part of the living room. How is that? They're corrupt. And then we have Dr. Russell here come up and say they acted in good faith. You call that good faith, not even reviewing our project? And when I asked Dr. Russell, what is that? Is that solely over the garage or not? He says, well, people make mistakes. That is, SBAR made a mistake.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dorothy Dent, this is our final speaker.
Hello, dear Board of Supervisors. I am Dorothy Dent, a local and organic food, holistic health, and environment advocate. Thank you for allowing public comment. The more you hear from constituents, the better. On October 18th and November 1st, I spoke about the pernicious and pervasive nature and overuse of synthetic drugs, petrochemicals, and toxins in our environment, and how they affect even more insidiously and negatively the vulnerable. Today again I speak, but this time it is with a heavy heart and tough love. I am an avid voter, hard worker, taxpayer, and homeowner, and I ask you to help me and my 9-year-old woman I caregive for. I need your help because I was abused and struck by a man in the courtroom of Superior Court on September 8th. I was helping my 9-year-old lady I caregive exit the courtroom. Yes, I know it's not your jurisdiction, but this happened right across the street in front of people, and the bailiff removed the man. I placed a police report. The 9-year-old and I went to the sheriff and placed a report at the Isla Vista Foot Patrol. I went to the hospital. Then the sheriff report was lost for 2 to 3 weeks, and I was told it didn't exist. But I kept calling, and finally, a helpful and efficient officer, Gottschall, found it. I had to stay up all night to get his call, and at 5:30 a.m., he gave me the report number. I went back to the Superior Court and showed them my reports. They told me to go to the Human Resources and Administration. I did. I spoke to Velia, Stephanie Robbins, and Angela Braun, but they didn't write anything down or follow up on my meetings.
Then I got a call from Deputy David Alcott. Finally, I thought, they're going to arrest the perpetrator. Unbelievably, this deputy then accused me of being the aggressor and told me he looked at the tapes. He said I hit the 6'5", 285-pound man, and that the DA was going to charge me with filing a false police report. I told him that was completely false, and I had reported the incident promptly and truthfully, and that I was injured. I told him I had federal, state, county, and city permits for my businesses, and I had a fine record. I was shocked and called my supervisor immediately. I knew that Angela Braun had told me the court tapes were erased, and I knew the police told me this case was not their jurisdiction. Why would Deputy David Alcott threaten, intimidate, and fabricate to me on my phone? It had sounded like he was reading from a script. So I requested the camera footage once again and received the request back in my mailbox at the house the next day as denied. What is going on here? Could it be that the judge was biased against us, who has since executed an erroneous and falsely based conservatorship on my 90-year-old, who had tried to interfere with our basic rights to report a crime? Could it be that maybe the judge is going to go through on her adjudication to take my 90-year-old healthy, vibrant woman's house away that she bought in 1962 in Isla Vista?
Thank you. You're out of time,
Okay.
ma'am.
Help.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And I would remind anybody who's here for Gaviota Plan D4 to get their speaker slips in. Do we have more speaker slips?
That concludes
was it.
public
Okay.
comment.
All right. So, Mr. Gazzoni, let's go back to what we were talking about before. What do we need to do here?
Chair Adam, if the board wants to consider continuing item, do you want to recommend calling that item and then hearing from parties briefly on that? The planning director, I understand, received a memo on this, but you should receive public comment just on the limited issue of the potential continuance.
Okay, Mr. Allen? No, not yet, no.
Chair
We have
Adam
to-
and members of the board.
Yes.
Item number 1 is from Planning and Development. It's a hearing to consider case number 16 APL 21, an appeal filed by Barton and Victoria Myers of the County Planning Commission deemed denial of the Myers Bridge project. This is in the 1st District.
Okay, and so we're taking public comment on that for the limited purpose of talking about a continuance? Okay.
Mr. Gazzoni, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a question. On this issue, or do we need to report ex parte conversation?
Chair Adam and Supervisors, no, my recommendation would be that you could hold any ex parte disclosures. You're acting not on the merits of the matter, but just simply on the issue of a requested continuance.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Carbajal?
No, I just want to make the motion to continue the item, but hear from the public first, or?
Okay, do we have any speaker slips, Mr. Allen?
I don't have any slips on item D1.
Okay, well then, and Mr. Weston, you didn't put one in?
The only thing we would ask is that if we do request at this point that it be continued to, I think the 22nd is the date. If it is that date, we would very much appreciate if it could be heard in the morning. The Myers have changed their travel schedule. They need to get to the East Coast. So if it is held in the afternoon, that would be unfortunate for them. So.
Well, I could say it's not going to be probably in the afternoon, but we have a time certain at 9 o'clock with the winery ordinance again. So that's why we're having an extra meeting, which is the 22nd, which we're trying to put you into. So if you want that date, it's going to have to be after that winery ordinance, which is probably going to be a 2.5, 3 hour item.
Yeah,
so
if it's, I'm sure you'll do your best. It would be okay to have it be at the next hearing, which I think is December 6th.
Yeah, I don't think we can. I'm not looking at a long range. Can I steal your long range?
Well, we would.
Yeah, that one's too long already.
All right. So.
Yeah, December 13th. We could shoehorn that thing in. Okay.
Well, we do think it's
we
do think it's important that we have a full board, especially the first district supervisor. So we would agree to either date.
Start early in Santa Barbara? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, me and Steve would love to drive down early, wouldn't we? We just,
Yeah, maybe another option would be is to have it on the 22nd and have our meeting start at 8 o'clock in Santa Maria. That way we could hear.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Well, I would
And
have
that would
never
take-
asked for that, but that's very gracious of you.
And I'm assuming that we can hopefully get it done in an hour to get the other one started at 9.
9.
Well, that's very gracious of you. Thank you.
Was that an acceptable solution?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I'll make a motion to continue this item for the set date that was announced.
On the 22nd?
Yeah.
But we're going to start the meeting early at 8?
At 8 a.m., yes.
Okay. So they have a time certain at 8?
Sure.
And Chair Adam, I understand the motion, but with Mr. Weston here, and we also have a memo from him, but I think what we're understanding is that Mr. Weston is speaking for the appellants, Barton and Victoria Myers, requesting this extension to the 22nd. I'd just like to have that confirmed.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So all in favor? Aye?
We had no public comment.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, who seconded the motion? Okay.
Somebody. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll do item D4, and then we'll go to closed session, and we'll take care of these items 2 and 3 after lunch. Okay, let's bring this slice of life back into session. We're going to hear item number 4. Mr. Allen, would you read that into the record?
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 4 is a hearing from Planning and Development. It's to consider recommendations regarding the Gaviota Coast Plan. This is in the 3rd District.
Dr. Russell or somebody?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and the project manager, Julie Harris, will be making the presentation, and we'll begin with no further delay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Julie Harris, a senior planner with the Long Range Planning Division. Today, our presentation will provide a brief overview of the planning process for the project, a brief overview of the plan and ordinance amendments, and the Planning Commission's recommended changes to each. The Gaviota Planning Advisory Committee, or GAVPAC, was appointed by the Board of Supervisors in 2009. It held 68 public meetings and 56 subcommittee meetings, resulting in the preparation of a draft Gaviota Coast Plan. The draft plan was forwarded to the Planning Commission, which held 9 hearings and revised the plan before forwarding it to the Board of Supervisors. On December 3rd, 2013, the Board of Supervisors initiated environmental review. Subsequently, a draft environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared and circulated for public comment for 75 days during 2015. Following review of comments and preparation of responses, a final EIR was prepared, and the Planning Commission held 4 hearings earlier this year to consider making recommendations for adoption of the plan. The Gaviota Coast Plan provides policy guidance for the Gaviota Coast through new policies, programs, and planning tools to balance resource protection, coastal access, and continuation and enhancement of working agriculture. The plan includes goals, policies, development standards, and actions that protect biological and cultural resources, Mr. Chair.
When you get to a good spot, I just want to stop you and tell everybody that if you're in the room and you want to speak and you haven't put a speaker slip in, we close the speaker slips as soon as public comment starts. So, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Returning to the presentation and what the plan proposes, I think I mentioned protection of biological and cultural resources, support agriculture and maintain the rural working landscape, guide planning and implementation of public trails and recreational amenities, protect visual resources, and address transportation, energy, and infrastructure. Finally, the project includes amendments to the coastal and inland zoning ordinances which implement the plan. The plan maintains agricultural 2 zoning over the majority of the plan area's private lands, with consistency rezones to agriculture 2 for lands in the inland area that are still zoned by the outdated Ordinance 661. The plan rezones Los Padres National Forest public lands to mountainous area, and the Arroyo Hondo Preserve to resource management. It rezones state parks lands to recreation. The plan also includes a Parks, Recreation, and Trails, or PRT, element, which provides policies, development standards, and trail alignment narratives and objectives, as well as updates to the PRT maps. Details of the Planning Commission recommended principal changes to the plan are provided in the board letter packet. Some of the more notable changes include the following. Several revised and new policies, development standards, and actions as required by EIR mitigation measures and as analyzed under EIR Alternatives 1 and 2. Incorporation of design guidelines that would apply to most new development in the plan area to preserve the region's natural, agricultural, and scenic resources. Steep slope guidelines that would apply to new cultivation on agricultural zoned lands with slopes 30% or greater. These guidelines were developed by the Cachuma Resources Conservation District, and they provide best management practices to reduce soil erosion and minimize water quality impacts. Trail siting guidelines, which were developed to provide guidance to the siting of new trails in a manner consistent with other community plans and county park standards. The addition of inland riparian corridors to the ESH, or Environmentally Sensitive Habitat Map, which currently only depicts habitats within the coastal zone. This task completes the plan's action NS3. Expansion of the Land Use Incentives Program as analyzed under EIR Alternative 3, and refined and clarified language of several PRT policies and development standards, and revised trail alignment narratives as a result of public comment and Planning Commission deliberations. The ordinance amendments include provisions to implement key elements of the plan. First, the critical viewshed corridor overlay provides additional measures to protect critical views from Highway 101. Next, the Gaviota agricultural tiered permit structure has been incorporated into both the coastal and inland zoning ordinances. It would allow a landowner to try out uses on a small scale that would support and supplement existing agricultural operations without incurring the time and costs associated with a conditional use permit. These small-scale uses could be permitted with a land use permit or a coastal development permit, or be exempt from permits under certain circumstances. Permitting provisions have been developed for 12 small-scale uses, including such uses as small campgrounds, composting, farm stays, farm stands, and limited agricultural processing. In the coastal zone, the ordinance amendment incorporates the agricultural permit streamlining provisions that were adopted several years ago for the inland areas countywide, including Gaviota. And in the inland area, the ordinance amendment adds a new ESH Gaviota overlay, which complements the existing ESH overlay that applies only within the coastal zone. The Principal Planning Commission recommended changes to the ordinance since the initiation of the plan include provisions to implement a portion of the Land Use Incentives Program, which provides incentives for voluntary landowner actions to achieve community policy objectives. Under the revised ordinances, if a landowner dedicates an easement for a trail shown on the PRT maps, the owner could apply for a permit for a second dwelling, a use that is otherwise not allowed on agricultural 2 zoned land. If the owner dedicates an easement for the coastal trail primary route, the owner could apply for a second dwelling plus an additional attached dwelling. Plan actions LU4 and LU5 direct the county to pursue additional work to complete the incentives
Excuse
programs.
me, Ms. Harris. Supervisor Wolf has a question.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but while we're on this, the dwelling units, are there any limitations or restrictions on those second units as far as size or?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, yes, there are limitations. There are size limitations. There are also location limitations. Primarily, they are to be clustered with the primary dwelling on the site. However, they might be located in a remote location if they're converting a structure. I believe it's a dwelling, an ag employee dwelling, for example, to the second dwelling.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, under the agricultural tiered permit structure, the proposed permit exemption level of use has been eliminated in the coastal zone. The exemptions are not being pursued at this time because the small-scale uses meet the definition of development in the coastal zone, but do not qualify for the few exemptions allowed by the Coastal Act. However, agricultural landowners maintain a strong interest in permit exemptions in the coastal zone for some agricultural activities. In response, the Planning Commission recommended adding a new action to the plan, which could be pursued in the annual work program. It directs the county to pursue a categorical exclusion process with the California Coastal Commission to identify and exclude certain agricultural uses and developments from the coastal development permit process. This is a separate process under the Coastal Act instead of an amendment to the local coastal program. The EIR identified significant and unavoidable impacts to biological resources and cultural resources, and to agricultural resources primarily as a consequence of the build-out of trails. Mitigation was identified but would not reduce impacts to less than significant levels. The EIR identified significant impacts to visual resources, geologic hazards, and transportation and circulation, and identified mitigation that would reduce these impacts to less than significant levels. All of the mitigation measures have been incorporated into the plan as new and revised policies and development standards, and as new design guidelines, steep slope guidelines, and trail siting guidelines. The EIR also studied 4 alternatives, including the no project alternative, and a range of alternatives that includes, first, an emphasis on coastal zone uses, permit processes, and resource protection. Second, enhancement of coastal access and conservation of resources and character throughout the plan area. And third, expansion of the land use incentives program. The EIR identified alternative 2, enhanced coastal access and conservation of resources, as the environmentally superior alternative. The final plan incorporates important elements of this alternative, along with elements of alternative 1 and alternative 3. Subsequent to the Planning Commission hearings, staff prepared a revision letter to the EIR to evaluate the Planning Commission recommended changes to the plan and ordinance amendments. The revision letter concludes that the recommended changes would not create new significant impacts and would not increase the severity of impacts identified in the EIR. Finally, the consistency analysis has been updated to expand the discussion of consistency with the county's certified coastal land use plan and to reflect Planning Commission recommended changes to the Gaviota Coast Plan. The plan and associated ordinance amendments would be consistent with the county comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan. In conclusion, the Planning Commission and staff recommend that the Board of Supervisors take the necessary actions to adopt the Gaviota Coast Plan. Please refer to the detailed language on pages 1 and 2 of the board letter for making a motion to approve. This completes staff's presentation, and we're ready to entertain any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no lights, let's just roll right straight into public comment. Mr. Allen, how many speaker slips do we have?
About 45 speakers, or 46.
All right. Well, we're still going to go with a minute and a half.
Okay.
technically haven't stopped yet, so that's our last speaker slip for the person walking down. Okay, so that's 47, which would normally get us to a minute, but I think we'll just go with the minute and a half.
Okay, our first speaker is going to be Kim Kimball, to be followed by Russell McLaughlin.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Kim Kimball, and could I have, I'm chair of GAVPAC, and could I have a little more time than a minute and a half? I think I have some input from the GAVPAC process that would be helpful to you.
All right, let's give you 3.
Okay, I'm going to have to talk like an auctioneer, but I'll do my best. I've been chair of the GAVPAC since its inception almost 8 years ago. Prior to that, I was chair of the Gaviota Study Group formed in 2001, whose report led to the formation of GAVPAC and development of the Gaviota Plan. Therefore, I'm personally gratified to see this coming to an end and being put in place. However, I regret to say that much of what we developed in the community consensus has been modified by staff and the Planning Commission, and I strongly suspect that these modifications resulted from staff concern about Coastal Commission reaction to our plan. However, I'd like to point out to you that the Coastal Act provides that the precise content of each local coastal program shall be determined by the local government, consistent with Section 30501, in full consultation with the Commission and with full public participation. However, the Commission's review of the land use plan shall be limited to its administrative determination that the plan conforms with the requirement of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. And this is a key statement. In making this review, the Commission is not authorized by any provision of this division to diminish or abridge the authority of the local government to adopt and establish by ordinance the precise content of its local coastal plan. Unfortunately, the Coastal Commission doesn't follow the Coastal Act very well in this respect, as we learned in the LUDC process. However, I think the county, as it did in the LUDC process, should stand fast in this process and put forth a plan that the community wants. That's what the Coastal Act tells us to do. But there were many changes made at the Planning Commission level, which diluted and modified the plan as the community consensus as adopted by GAVPAC. So what would I suggest you do at this point? I understand that you don't have the time to delve into the details of all of this, and so I'm going to suggest a couple of fairly significant but easy changes to make. One of the key objectives of the Gaviota plan was to include incentives as a major element of the plan. Some incentives were built into the plan, but the bulk of the work that we had planned to do on that was cut short by our having to terminate our deliberations rather abruptly. One of the key incentives that did make it into the plan is the ability to have a residential second unit, as Ms. Harris described. I would suggest, however, that is a very limited application because it only applies to parcels that have trails mapped on the PRT map through them. Since this was designed to try to help landowners develop other additional sources of income, such as being able to rent the unit or to let their family live on the property, I would suggest that there be one other trigger for the RSU, and that would be conveyance of an agricultural conservation easement based on the Department of Conservation Farmland Conservancy template, and either relinquishing the right to implement any further intensified irrigated agriculture on the property or restricting the total inhabitable area of residential structures to 7,000 square feet. Oh, I see I'm almost out of time, so
no, you're over. Yeah.
I'm over?
Yeah, you're actually over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't tell you more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Russell McLaughlin and Russell, just hold on for 1 sec while I get the clock reset.
Sure, and I have a PowerPoint presentation that they're going to load. Thank you. Good morning, Chair At.
Hang on 1 second.
You bet. Thank you so much. Oh, PowerPoint pointer too. Okay. No, it's okay.
Having a little trouble with our clock. We can't afford to maintain our clock, so we're all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Adam, Supervisors. My name is Russell McLaughlin. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the Briarcliff Trust, and with a very simple request. We commend the GAVPAC for its hard work. I commend the hard work by the county. We support the GAVPAC's proposed trail alignments, which has changed in the final the Gaviota Coastal Plan. If approved as is, we do request that you make a simple change to the language in Principle 3, applicable to Segment 2 of the trail alignment through Las Faras Ranch. And we'd ask that you change it as follows to require a balancing between the goal of having a bluff top trail as close to the ocean as possible with the other PRT policies of avoiding unreasonable impacts to agricultural operations, natural resources, cultural resources, and private property and privacy. Identified on this map is our concern. This is my client's property, the Briarcliff Trust property. The red arrow shows the alignment as proposed by staff. This is a picture that's taken from the bluff right where that alignment is, looking back at my client's property. The house has been scrubbed out for privacy reasons. Where this would also go through sensitive habitat, through a Chumash site, and have significant impairment of agriculture and other issues, cultural resources there. It's consistent with your policies. I'm out of time, so I won't read them to you, but we ask that you adopt this simple amendment to the principles applicable to Segment 2.
Okay, listen, I'm going to ask everybody to wrap themselves up. When they see the red light come on, you're over. So let's not, don't make me chase every person down, because I know that a minute and a half is short, but that's what we got to deal with because we got too many speakers.
Alicia Rosler is our next speaker, followed by Rosalie Kata.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Alicia Rossler, Staff Attorney for EDC. Since the Planning Commission process, EDC has coordinated with over 19 community groups to collectively urge the Board to amend the draft plan so that it will better serve and achieve all of the plan's objectives, mitigate impacts, and cure some of the EIR's significant legal deficiencies. If the Board can address these issues today, EDC will support the plan and advocate for its approval. The draft plan does not adequately balance and achieve the plan's stated objectives. For example, the plan results in 13 Class 1 impacts in just 3 resource areas: biological resources, cultural and historical, and PRT. There were not Class 1 impacts to ag, unless that was a new change that wasn't disclosed to the public. And I have a question about that in staff's presentation. Half of the plan's objectives are to protect and enhance these 3 resource areas. How can the Board justify approving a plan that causes significant and unavoidable harm to the very resources it was tasked to protect and preserve? This is the heart of EDC's issues with the draft plan and the basis for the mitigation and amendments offered. CEQA mandates that agencies refrain from approving projects with significant environmental impacts when there are feasible alternative or mitigation measures that can lessen or avoid these impacts. If the Board adopts the community's suggested amendments described in EDC's November letter, many of the impacts will be reduced, meeting the plan's objectives and curing the plan's legal vulnerabilities. Thank you.
Rosalie, to be followed by Brian Troutwine.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Rosalie Fada, and I'm an intern at the Environmental Defense Center. I have been researching the proposed incentives programs and its significant impacts, which were largely omitted in the final EIR. My research concluded that 49 land holdings or premises would be eligible for incentive units with primary and secondary trail easement dedications. Additionally, premise is not defined in the plan, and it is not clear what constitutes a premise. The LUDC defines premise as the area of land in one ownership surrounding a house or building. If a landowner has multiple houses or buildings on several contiguous lots, it is unclear if the landowner has one premise or multiple premises. In contrast, if the incentives programs is applied on a per-lot basis, according to the PRT maps in the final EIR, there is the potential for a build-out of 101 incentive homes. These numbers demonstrate the potential for the incentives program to add foreseeable significant impacts to the plan area that should have been disclosed and analyzed in the EIR. The addition of approximately 101 additional attached and detached units added to the plan's 167 homes cannot be dismissed. We urge the board to either apply the incentive program on a per holding basis or provide a definition of premises that clearly applies to the entire property under one ownership. Thank you.
Brian Troutwine, followed by Linda Kropp.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Brian Troutwine from the EDC. One of the plan's objectives is to protect Gaviota's unique habitats, but the plan will actually result in 4 Class 1 impacts to biological resources caused by the plan's increase in development and agriculture. Now, the plan relies on the proposed Gaviota ESH ordinance to mitigate impacts, but the ordinance does not protect ESH from activities that don't require a permit. And one of the biggest threats to ESH is from large-scale land clearing for new and expanded agricultural activities, but the ESH ordinance entirely exempts ag on ag-zoned lots. In order to achieve a balance between ag and habitat, the plan should apply the ESH ordinance to new and expanded agriculture on ag-zoned properties, but with a much higher permit trigger. And we propose a permit trigger for inland ESH removal of 5 acres for new or expanded ag. This is 50 times larger than the ESH trigger for development, so it really gives ag a lot of leeway. This approach would support smaller scale family-owned farming while still protecting some ESH. And this compromise, if adopted, the plan could support agriculture and protect ESH against large scale clearings for new and expanded agriculture. We can have the best of both worlds. And from a CEQA standpoint, this approach is a feasible mitigation measure that mitigates the plan's Class 1 impacts to wildlife habitat and rare plants. And we know it's feasible because this approach is already generally undertaken in the coastal zone, and agriculture in the coastal zone in our county is thriving. So this is a feasible way to mitigate the plan's Class 1 impacts to habitat, and we hope you adopt it. Thank you very much.
Linda Kropp, to be followed by Catherine Epperson.
Thank you. I will first address the community's request for a ban on enhanced oil and gas drilling practices. The county has the legal authority to adopt policies and zoning ordinances to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Prohibiting enhanced oil and gas development practices will protect the unique biological, cultural, and agricultural resources of the Gaviota Coast, thus furthering the stated purposes of the plan. These risky and untested practices threaten the environment as well as public health and safety, and you do have the legal authority to adopt these policies at the community plan level because every community plan is different, as noted in this case, where you have different policies with regards to mountainous areas and additional development to promote public access. So we urge you to change the wording from discourage to prohibit in terms of these enhanced practices. Finally, the board must adopt measures to mitigate the project's many significant impacts. Fortunately, we and others have given you ideas of how to do that. You can mitigate impacts to biological and cultural resources. Sorry, I'm rushing. It's hard to comment on a 20-year plan in a minute and a half. This is a total abuse of the public process. We've submitted written comments, but I do request more time. We represent 3,000 members of our organization, and we're going to be living with this plan for 20 years. So I would love another 30 seconds if I can have that.
Well, you used 15 asking me for 30, so no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that.
Catherine Epperson, to be followed by Heather Shields.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I have to change my speech a little bit because I guess I'm the first one up here who actually owns land on the Gaviota Coast and will be personally impacted by the plan that has been currently developed. My family has been farming in Santa Barbara County since the 1800s and on the coast specifically since 1948. This process has been a very long, convoluted process with many changes along the way. And I'd just like to say that the plan submitted by the community, which has already been stated, is not the current plan that's on the table because it's been changed quite a bit in just the last year or so. So first of all, I'd like to strongly support the community letter that I know you all have received. And specifically, I'd like to comment on the significant impact of the expansion of Isha that has been proposed in at least one version of the plan. I hope that you take in mind the impact of agriculture, the ability for agriculture to expand if Isha is significantly broadened. And I guess that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Heather Shields, to be followed by Lisa Bedrogi.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. I would like to draw attention to a sentence in the introduction of the Gaviota Plan regarding the environment segment of the land use element. The environmental constraints on development shall be respected. Economic and population growth shall proceed at a rate that can be sustained by available resources. There are two words in the sentence that are very vague and extremely open to interpretation: sustained and available. At the astronomical rate that California's population has been growing, I'm of the opinion that we are almost past the sustainability stage. We struggle to sustain the population we have, as is made evident by the past 6 years of drought and the severe lack of affordable housing. And what constitutes an available resource? More appropriately, to whom is this resource available? Do we take our scarce, precious water resources and make them available to energy companies that would use them for fracking, seam injection, and enhanced oil and gas recovery methods, rendering those resources toxic and unable for future human consumption? Do we take our land resources from the struggling and hopefully recovering mountain lion and California condor population, among others, and clear it for these companies, as well as expanding large-scale agriculture? Scientists are now saying that a low estimated rate of extinction is between 200 and 2,000 per year. That's over 60,000 extinct species in my lifetime alone. In the words of a famous Cree proverb, when the last tree is cut down, the last fish is eaten, and the last stream poisoned, you realize you cannot eat money. Please ensure the plan protects all of our resources for the entire community, including the non-human variety. Thank you.
Lisa Bedrogi, to be followed by Bill Georgie.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Bedrogi, and I'm a land use and public relations consultant. Before I get any further, I want to urge your board to reopen the RAU, the Residential Ag Unit Ordinance. In all the discussions on second units and housing on ag land, it's important that we provide provisions for our farmers and ranchers to move family members back onto their ranch, and that is what the RAU was intended to do and does do. The language is already in the Land Use Development Code. It's simply expired, so I hope that you can put that in your work program to bring back. Secondly, I'd like to say that prior to this plan going for environmental review, I had asked that an economic assessment be done. And I truly believe that in order to make a decision, you need to look at the economic impacts. An economic development strategy could evaluate comprehensive incentives program that is financially, operationally, or management-based that assists landowners in best management practices in conservation and stewardship of their resources. It's absolutely essential that you do an economic assessment. Thirdly, you'll hear a lot of comments from the agricultural community, which are representative of and reminiscent of the wine community you heard last week, as well as the comments made in the area study, which was developed by the American Farmland Trust back in 2006. They urge the county to work with agriculture to develop a better business climate to protect and preserve our agriculture with the ag community and other stakeholders so that we can all work together to plan for agriculture, not around it.
Bill Georgie, followed by Andy Caldwell.
Thank you, Chairman Adams, a member of the board. My name is Bill Georgie, representing Nahalī Falls Ranch.
Supervisor Farr, you started this process years ago, and many members of our community participated in good faith, spending a good part of our lives reading material, going to meeting after meeting, creating a community plan that was a compromise, but we could all live with, and it protected agriculture and other resources. At the very end of the process, just before it was done, you directed staff to come in and end the community process and have the planning and development staff take it over. Staff changed the community plan, and then they took it to the Planning Commission, where it was changed even more. Staff then did an incomplete EIR on the proposed plan. Community members, a coalition of ranches in the planning area representing around 90% of the private land in the plan, the Agricultural Advisory Committee, Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association, the Santa Barbara County Fish and Game Commission all participated in writing scoping comments to the EIR and the EIR itself. These committees, commissions, and individuals all participated in the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meeting when the plan was considered. The plan continued to change and evolve away from the community's plan, and all of our comments were largely ignored. So much so that we didn't hardly recognize the plan today. We feel disrespected. I urge the board to take another look at the plan and all the comments from these various groups and individuals, and go back to the community and their vision of the plan. It is not too late to do a good and decent job as our representatives. Thank you.
Yes.
Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Landon Stableford.
Chair Adam, members of the board, you know, I like to go back to one of the foundational principles of our country, and that is that you derive your just powers from the consent of the governed. This applies in two ways. First off, in Chapter 7 of the Gaviota Coast Plan, there has this language, the use of enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques should be discouraged. Well, we just had Measure P. The voters resoundingly supported the oil industry from one end of the county to the other. And here what we have is the EDC and other people coming in and just blowing off the voters and sticking the same language in there that they had in that measure. It's wrong. The second issue has to do with the GAVPAC. Supervisor Adam, I totally respect your willingness and desire and will to run a meeting on time. Some of these people spent 7 years working on this, and as Bill Georgie just mentioned, they spent 7 years and they got blown off in the end, just completely blown off. And now they're supposed to come and try to convince you in a minute and a half what's wrong with this plan. The process is wrong. You didn't create the process is wrong. This is their livelihoods. My final comment, fire. This is a death sentence with
I hate to do
ESHA.
this, Andy.
It's a death sentence. Thank you.
Landon Stableford, to be followed by Leslie Freeman.
And you know, it's not just running the meeting fast, it's running it fair. So I'm doing the best I can. Everybody gets the same amount of time.
Good morning, Chairman Adams, members of the board. In 90 seconds, I can't really get too deep into the weeds on this program, and that train left the station long ago. So I will use this time to publicly thank my neighbors and farmers, ranchers, and residents of the 3rd District, the coastal segment of the 3rd District, which has become the envy of the 1st and 2nd District, and remind people that the resources and habitat that we are looking at being so pristine and well preserved are a direct result of the stewardship of those residents and landowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Leslie Freeman. And then we'll hear from Paul Van Leer.
Chairman Adams, Supervisors, my name is Leslie Freeman. I attended quite a few of these meetings while this was going on, and the plan has definitely changed. And if you want any agriculture left on the coast in this plan area, the way this is written, you're going to be lucky. And sustainable ag, anyway, I heard somebody talk about ag is thriving. We ought to try owning a cattle ranch and see how it's thriving. And it only takes another drought year or two, and the rest of the people that are making some money in the avocado business are going to be out of business. The ESHA designations are going to make farming and ranching difficult at best. The second unit, bring back the residential agriculture unit. It was here in place, and it was something that would work. Do not rush to get this plan done. I've been all over this plan area all my life. As a kid, probably every ranch and every farm we've either rented or I've been on it when I was a kid. And look, we're going to have to live with this the rest of our lives. So people bring all this stuff in here, and they don't live with it. They just want to go out there and walk around and do whatever. And when you live there and it's your business, this plan is devastating. Do not pass the plan the way it's written.
Paul Van Leer, to be followed by Seymour Fletcher.
Morning, Mr. Chair, fellow supervisors. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm speaking on my own behalf today. I'm here to ask you that you take into consideration the issues brought forward from the Gaviota Neighbors Group letter dated November 4th. The signers represent 93% of the privately owned land in the plan, which includes 3 GAVPAC members, me included. In addition, all that has participated in the public process attended most, if not all, of the hundreds of meetings, endless hours of discussion during this 4-year process. This was a collaborative process, with both the GAVPAC and the public working together to ensure a reasonable outcome. After many compromises, a well-balanced plan was agreed upon. Since then, the plan has been modified. Agriculture and private property rights are not protected and are at risk. Please consider our recommendations. Thank you.
Seymour Fletcher, to be followed by Andy Mills.
Good morning, Chairman Adam, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Seymour Fletcher. I live at 2020 Refugio Road. It's about 5 miles up from the beach. You know, there's 2 areas here. There's the coastal, immediate coastal area, and then there's the upper area. And maybe in the upper area, which is massive, there's probably, I don't know, 50 people living? Max, maybe less. There's a lot of sections of this plan, but I'd like to focus on the threat to the wildlife. This is the last coastal habitat on the Southern California coast, the last coastal habitat. Santa Barbara is the birthplace of the modern environmental movement. UCSB has their Department of Environmental. Who's been, have there been any biologists have been consulted about the effect of this plan of bringing hordes of people on trails to be constructed through wildland? I mean, look at that flag, the state of California. What's on that flag? Bears. You might as well take the bear off the flag, because this is the last coastal habitat where bears exist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Mills, to be followed by Scott Kaufman.
Chair Adam and members of the board, my name is Andy Mills. I serve as the immediate past president of the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association, and I work for Hollister Ranch, and my very brief comments reflect the views, of both those organizations. As property owners, we often feel like if you don't own property but you're a member of an organized group, you're a stakeholder. But property owners are considered interested parties, or worse, compromised parties. Part of our frustration has to do with the fact that we share 95% of the same values that the environmental groups have. We just want to go about it in a different way. We believe that the most effective way to achieve conservation is through voluntary incentive-based programs. And we worked in the community to get a plan that did that. But the plan that you see today is a far cry from that. So what we would ask is that if you can support the requests contained in this letter from the property owners, the Gaviota Neighbors Group, you'd go a long way towards achieving that balanced plan that we worked for. Thank you.
Scott Kaufman, followed by Lauren Leindyke.
Chairman Adams, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you. I am a retired fire chief from Carpenter Fire District, 35 years of service, and I'm a Gaviota property owner. I would actually, through the chair, like to thank Supervisor Farr for her leadership and vision that she put forward in this. We do appreciate that. Also, in the emergency services, Supervisor Carbajal, you know, we've worked hand in hand for many, many years, and I do appreciate all the work that you've also done. One thing that is an outgrowth of this program is going to be the Gaviota Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It's my belief that this plan, as we move forward, it's going to bring a lot of benefit and probably save a lot of lives in Gaviota. It's a very fire-prone area, so we think that this is a wonderful thing that we're going to be getting. And then finally, what I'd like to do is urge the board to look at the Gaviota Neighbors letter. I'd love to see this plan passed today, but if we could get those amendments in the letter, it'd be very, very helpful. So thank you very much.
Laura Leindyke, be followed by Mark Shatillo.
Chair Adam, members of the board, thank you. My name is Lauren Leindyke. I'm a member of the community. My company, Santa Barbara Organics, does farm management, and I've been a resident of the Gaviota Coast for many years. So I appreciate all the effort that's been done, and there's been so many countless hours by so many community members put into this. I think we need to acknowledge that's been acknowledged. We all want to see Gaviota protected and preserved. Supporting small-scale ag is critical to keeping farmland in the hands of farmers and not developers or mega mansions or with hobby farms. With the average age of farmers rising, succession a huge issue with land prices being so high in this county, it's really impossible for land to be passed on to future generations, especially with housing limits. We ask that the plan, the provisions that were recommended by GAVPAC be included, the categorical exclusion for proposed small-scale agricultural enterprises in the coastal zone, such as composting, primary agricultural processing, farm stands, firewood, and lumber milling operations. We ask that they reinstate the agricultural and natural resource educational experience into the ag permit tier structure, and that the incentives program be expanded to include more than trails, such as conservation easements and ESHA protection and creation. Under ESHA creation, we need to map ESHA so that all existing ESHA is recognized and that any new ESHA is created as not penalizing the farmers. If a farmer creates ESHA through proper best management practices of agriculture, they should not be penalized for creating that. Thank you very much.
Mark Shatillo, to be followed by Anna Citrin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Shatillo on behalf of the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. I want to use some of my time to thank Doreen Farr and acknowledge her effort to shepherd this process forward. Here we sit on Election Day, and I think it is time to finish this plan, so I look forward to your board's adoption of it today. President Lincoln said you can't please all the people all the time, and I think that's going to be the case today. I think the question is, what's the horizon, the time horizon that we look at? Are we looking just at the current landowners, or are we looking at future generations? There are changes in uses over time, and I think that needs to be an important perspective as you consider adopting this plan looking forward. I'm going to address visual resources today, a major feature of the Gaviota Coast, and policies Viz 12 and 13, which deal with the identification of viewing places that deserve protection of the visual resources. The 101 is a well-known public viewing place. We would employ your board to add the railroad corridor as well. The document I gave you showed that nearly 700,000 people a year ride on these 4 trains. There's many more trains than that, and go through the Gaviota Coast and enjoy that. Should we ever get commuter rail to the North County, we'll be seeing a lot more people that are enjoying those views. It's important that we recognize the corridor that the train goes through as a public viewing place that deserves the protection of these important visual policies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hannah Citrin, to be followed by Phil McKenna.
Good morning, Chair Adam and Supervisors. I'm Anna Citrin with the Law Office of Mark Shatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy and the Naples Coalition. One portion of the plan that everybody seems really pleased with, it was developed by GavPAC, honed by the Planning Commission as other provisions were, is the ag-tiered permit structure, and specifically the identification of new small-scale uses that are beneficial and inherently related to agriculture and can be allowed with minimal permitting on Ag 2 zoned lands. One of these uses that was developed, again, by GavPAC and has been supported by many, including the APAC, is the farm stay, which is a type of overnight accommodation that really involves the guest with the farm operation. And the plan as currently drafted would allow a farm stay with a land use permit, provided that a list of conditions are met. And then farm stays that don't meet that list of conditions would be allowable with a conditional use permit, which is consistent with the other forms of lodging in the plan, guest ranches and hostels, which are also allowed by conditional use permit only. Our concern is that the upcoming short-term rental ordinance that your board will be considering in December may allow short-term rentals with land use permits on Ag 2 zone lands with none of the restrictions applicable to farm stays. And accordingly, we've suggested a modification to the farm stay section to specify that all forms of lodging other than the limited farm stay must secure a conditional use permit. Thank you very much.
Phil McKenna, followed by Gunnar Totrin.
My name is Phil McKenna. I'm representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, and I was also a member of the GavPAC. In October 2009, the GavPAC was charged with, quote, providing a list of goals for the Gaviota Coast Plan area, which will be used by county staff to draft the Gaviota Coast Plan. Some have criticized the plan as a staff plan, but in reality, it is a stakeholder plan. Who are these stakeholders? Well, there were 11 GavPAC members. 6 of them were landowners, 2 of them were landowner representatives, and 3 of them were environmentalists. I think Supervisor Farr did a wonderful job in promoting this concept of local control and the broad representation of landowners on the GavPAC. Other stakeholders were the Planning Commission, the supervisors, yourself, the staff, and the public at all stages. The GavPAC was communicated to the public in its entirety without edit. Minimal staff recommendations were added in red line to the Gav plan. The Planning Commission made changes, and now you have the opportunity to fine-tune the plan after considerable public input. This is a fully vested community plan. The landowners of the Gaviota Coast are rightfully considered to be the stewards of the region. However, this stewardship is not sufficient to protect the Gaviota Coast from development pressures that have enveloped most of coastal Southern California. Regulation is the antidote to this pressure. Please approve this plan today. Thank you.
Gunnar Totrin, to be followed by Paul Swenson.
Chair Adams, members of the board, my name is Gunnar Totrum. I was on the GavPAC committee. I'm also 6th generation on the Gaviota Coast, and we're celebrating our 150th year this year farming and ranching on the Gaviota Coast. So needless to say, big vested interest in this plan. 7 years of my life was spent on this plan, so to see it getting only 2.5 hours on the agenda was a bit of a shocker. It's a plan that has some loose ends, so I'm going to address 3 of them: the incentives program, coastal versus inland, and some of the ag permit tiered program. First off, the incentives program was a big part of our plan, and it was dropped with only 1 incentives. Please flush out the incentives program or have that be part of the future. Coastal versus inland, staff is recommending the county shall pursue the categorical exclusion. I don't see why that's not just included in the plan. We should include those exemptions that we identified as categorical exclusions going forward in the plan. Other counties have done that. Coastal Commission has honored that. So this should not be a future item. This should be included in the plan. Lastly, in the agricultural tiered permit structure, there existed an agricultural and natural resources educational experience. This is an important thing that I think should be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Swenson, followed by Janet Code.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Paul Swinson. I am a community member on the Gaviota Coast. I'm referencing the agricultural and natural resource educational experience, which has been quietly removed from the permit requirements for specific land use. This is section 35460. As we know, the earth is radically changing. It's shifting quite drastically. If we were to come into cooperational or co-creation with this place, the earth, for life-sustaining gifts that she has to offer, we must be engaged with her on the level of the soil and the water and our wisdom. The successes of regional abundance requires small-scale knowledge transference. The word education in Latin derives from the word educare, meaning to draw out that which lies within. We as people need to be in relation with the changing earth, to listen and to respond accordingly. Many people around the world are doing this, and my encouragement to you is to help us to evolve, to reinstate the agricultural and natural resource educational experience. Thank you very much.
Janet Code, to be followed by Christine White.
I'm Janet Coed, and I would like to thank you all for the work you do, and especially a big thank you to Supervisor Farr and Carbajal. I'm going to miss seeing your faces here. Thank you for all you've done for your work on the Gaviota Coast. And I would like to thank the GavPAC also. They seem to represent a broad group of people and interests that care very much about the Gaviota Coast. I was on the train last weekend with a large group of people, and it was amazing. I've been on it several times, but nobody's ever disappointed with the views from the train. And the point I'd like to bring up is that these views are visual soul food, and I'd like to see them protected, and I'd like to have them included into the policies Viz 12 and 13. Thank you very much.
Christine White, to be followed by Paul Cashman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. I'm Christine White. I represent the Santa Barbara Audubon Society. And what I'd like to say today is that we support the approval of this plan with a few tweaks, and this is ours. Our tweak is that the environmentally sensitive habitat on private land be permitted, not indiscriminately removed, but reduced to, at the owner's discretion, 5 acres a year, but not as much as they want. I mean, it's obvious from the Santa Barbara Audubon Society's point of view that this needs to be protected, whether it's private or public. Thank you.
Paul Cashman, to be followed by Greg Safane.
Chair Adam, members of the Supervisors. My name is Paul Cashman. I'm past president of the Santa Barbara County Firefighters Alliance, and speaking today on behalf of the Alliance, particularly about the issue of defensible space around an existing structure like one's residence. And in the plan, it calls for up to creation of or maintenance of defensible space up to 100 feet and up to 300 feet if approved by the Santa Barbara County Firefighters Department. We feel like the 300 feet can be arbitrary depending on response times and terrain of an existing structure. And our recommendation, our letter sent to you on November 1st to you and to planning, is that we allow how far enough from that existing structure is appropriate, leave that up to the Santa Barbara County firefighters. Our recommended language is that if a fuel modification activity is determined by the county fire department to be necessary to create adequate defensible space around an existing structure or an existing agricultural resource as a result of a site-specific safety zone calculation and the particular characteristics of that property. When it comes down to protection of lives of our firefighters, lives of our residents who own these properties, and providing a safety zone around existing structures, why wouldn't we leave that up to our firefighter professionals out of County Fire? So that's a recommendation. We also do support the creation of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, as Scott Kaufman spoke to. We think that'd be a great addition to the plan. Thank you.
Greg Safane, to be followed by Chris Collier.
Good morning. My name is Greg Safane, and I represent the Coastal Energy Alliance. We are a local coalition that works to represent members of the community by supporting all methods of safe production throughout the region. I'm here today to encourage the Board of Supervisors to remove the unnecessary language in the Gaviota Coast Plan that discourages the use of enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques. As required by SB 4, an independent study of well stimulation treatments, including those listed in the plan, was conducted by the California Council on Science and Technology in conjunction with the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. The study was released last year and found no significant direct environmental impacts from the long-standing use of these technologies. Producers in Santa Barbara County have been using enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques safely and responsibly for over 50 years. I urge the Board of Supervisors to remove this unnecessary language from the plan. Thank you so much.
Chris Collier, to be followed by Frank Arredondo.
Morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. Excuse me. My name is Chris Collier. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Western States Petroleum Association and the California Independent Petroleum Association. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the Gaviota Coast Plan. We read this letter into the record for the Planning Commission, and I have copies for you here this morning. But I'll just give you a couple excerpts. We are opposed to the language and would like it removed under the energy and infrastructure section that says the use of enhanced oil and gas recovery technologies such as hydraulic fracturing and steam injection should be discouraged from the Gaviota Coast area, plan area. We'd like that removed as well stimulation techniques such as hydraulic fracturing and enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques such as steam injection are allowed under existing county policies. There's no scientific basis or other basis for discouraging or prohibiting these activities in the plan area. We are concerned this particular policy is not based on sound science and understanding of modern oil and gas technology. In fact, SB 4 requires excuse me, had an independent scientific assessment of well stimulation treatments, including hydraulic fracturing in California. The study released in July 2015 found no significant direct impacts. Also, for more than 50 years, local energy producers have applied and operated permitted, highly regulated conventional production technologies to enhance oil recovery techniques without or in a safe and compliant, responsible manner. For these reasons, we encourage you to remove the language as discussed. Thank you.
Frank Arredondo, to be followed by Greg Helms.
Chair and Supervisors, my name is Frank Arredondo, Kaysen Skumu Chumash. My position is that for you not to adopt the Gaviota Coast Plan or the resolution adopting the plan design guidelines until further detailed edits are carried out in order to comply with both government code and public resource codes that apply to the projects, specifically the development standards CS 1, 3, and 4. Now, AB 52 clearly states that an agency decides to undertake a project or determines a project's application is complete, there to notify Native Americans for consultation process. The Public Resource Code 210.80.31 includes provisions that enumerates what type of topics that may be addressed during consultation. One of those is the type of environmental review that should be conducted, such as a mitigated negative deck, or environmental review. EIR. So logistical issue arises as to timing when a phase 1 study is conducted as opposed to when Native Americans are to be consulted. Since we know very little about what is out there on the coast and the amount of cultural resources that are there, there's been very, very little studies that have been carried out. So is the the County Planning Commission going to carry out a phase 1 study for every applicant prior to the completion of an application? They should. My suggestion is that you edit this to implicate that a study be done beforehand. Thank you.
Greg Helms? Is Greg not in the house? Then we'll go with Bob Keats. Josh Molina. And then Heather Shields.
My name is Josh Molina, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Assemblymember Doss Williams, who could not be here today. The Assembly member would like to emphasize support for the 100-plus community-led and GAVPAC meetings that developed the original plan, and ask that the community-led planning process is respected by the county staff going forward. The Assembly member would also like to advocate for flexibility for agriculture in the plan in a way that ensures protection of coastal environmental resources. He would like to voice support for expanding the plan's incentives program, making the incentives more accessible and tangible for the diversity of landowner needs on the Gaviota Coast. He also asks that the board clarify in the plan that there is protection of natural resources during the construction of trails, and that agriculture and environmental education remain a principle of the plan going forward. He wants to thank everyone involved in this effort thus far, and he looks forward to seeing the plan move forward today. Thank you.
Heather Shields. Then we'll go with Susan Petrovich. To be followed by Dan Vanderhev.
Susan Petrovich.
Susan Petrovich.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Susan Petrovich. I'm here appearing on behalf of the Las Varas and Edwards Ranches, a major agricultural land holding on the Gaviota Coast. As I mentioned in my letter, the EIR is fatally flawed and biased for this plan. It doesn't meet the basic requirements of CEQA. I ask you to send the plan back and put in back with the direction that the GAVPAC proposals be put back in and that you get an adequate EIR. The biggest impact of this proposed plan is from trails, not to trails, as someone else mentioned. The trails impacts can be avoided or reduced by reducing the trail segments, but you should not be adopting any trails that are at the expense of agricultural, cultural, and biological resources, as these current trails are. This plan is the first substantial amendment to the LCP adopted in January 1982. In those days, ag land conversions were common, and the LCP trails section reflected the expectation that the Gaviota Coast would become urbanized. The ag element itself wasn't adopted for 9 more years, so there wasn't much protection in those days for ag land maintenance. The Doheny family, though, retained their land and even enhanced its viability as agriculture. The GAVPAC plan is not the same as this plan. The GAVPAC plan provided long-term preservation for ag, and this plan does not. For instance, this plan calls for trails right through the middle of the Las Varas pastures.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Deanne Vanderhave. How about Joanne? Then Joanne Williamson.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here today and have a voice. I was at those GAVPAC meetings. I am an owner on the coast, on the Gaviota Coast, and have lived there for over 40 years. I live on a cattle ranch. I'm a part of a group that helps feed this nation in all types of agriculture. And being on that land, I have seen very little change to the Gaviota Coast. We are the protectors of the Gaviota Coast.
Can you
We-
speak into the mic a little bit better?
Sorry.
Thank
We
you.
are the protectors of the Gaviota Coast. No one can do it better than us, which you can see by the pristine view shed that is so wanted by the railroad and the highway. We provided that. We kept it. You know, cattle provide trails for animals to graze, to feed. If it weren't for our cattle, I live in an area that is impenetrable without cattle. I see animals walking down the roads. I see them walking on fire trails. What I wanted to say today is follow the GAVPAC. We're the ones that provided the work done, not for people who come into this county and want trails. Trails, we've seen what trails do. And I have 4 seconds left, and I thank you for my voice. And it's nothing that I wrote.
That's how it goes a lot. Thank you.
Jean or Joanne Williamson,
I'm Joanne Williamson.
and then
Thank
William
you.
Hawksworth will follow.
Chairman and Supervisors, I support the Gaviota Neighbors letter as well. Please do not destroy our natural bluff tops. Return to the original GAVPAC trail siting guidelines. Do not pass this version of the GAVPAC plan. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
William Hawksworth will be followed by Randy Fox.
Thank you very much for your time. I've been spending pretty much my life since I was 12 years old up on the Gaviota Coast. I've seen it not change, amazingly enough, over the many years. The advent of the Hollister Ranch was an effective way of keeping a large piece of land, a 14,000 acre piece of land, from really being developed. And a mere 100 acre overlay and a cattle cooperative allowed the ranch to keep its character pretty much intact. But none of that's ever talked about, you know, the precursors to what has made the Gaviota Coast what it is today. And these people who are owners they're responsible. They've suffered through many of the, zealotry that much of our environmental movement seems to have foisted on all of us. And, their chance to realize what their thinking is of course, always scrutinized and is always the best. So, of course, when we have the Bren School here, they're churning out more environmentalists. And I know, I got to go now. See you later.
Thank you.
Randy Fox is our next speaker, to be followed by Dr. Johns.
You were planning that, weren't you?
Chair Adams, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name's Randy Fox. I represent Young America's Foundation, which owns the Reagan Ranch located at the inland from the coast at the top of Refugio Road. It's part of this plan area and also part of the San Ynez Valley plan area. The Reagan Ranch has historic and cultural significance to it. As you know, it was the Western White House at one point, and there are other features of it. The Crest Trail is currently sited to go directly across the Reagan Ranch. Young America's Foundation is opposed to siting an unsupervised public access trail across this significant parcel, and we think that doing so creates two problems. The first is a legal problem. We think that if a trail is placed on a site like the Reagan Ranch, that you need to do a site-specific study, and a program-specific study like this EIR, in this case, is not adequate where you have a known historic and cultural resource and you're going to put a trail on it. Secondly is a policy question, and this might be of more interest to you. A single line, a single fixed line on a map reduces rather than enhances the ability to actually get a trail developed. And the reason for that is because a single fixed line trail gives every property owner a veto over the trail by just simply refusing to allow the trail on the place where it's put on the map. So what I suggest would be a way to actually get trails developed would be to create a corridor for future trail locations. And that corridor could be within a mile on either side of the existing map line. It would be a corridor, and it would be allow multiple locations for the landowners to propose placement of a trail over their property.
I'm sorry, you've gone way over.
Sorry.
Dr. Johns, to be followed by Nancy Black.
It is way too soon to even begin to think about any type of development. Planning, okay, plan, but we just had a major oil spill. I hate to go back and tell you the truth, but we just had a which was based upon which was made, I see Carbajal left because he knew I was going to, but anyway, this county has people who are supposed to watch over the oil lines, the pipelines, and they dropped the ball. Now, it is just too soon to be even begin to think about any type of development. The habitat, you see. Someone talked about, well, there's some animals there. What about, I say, 5 years from now? That's the best time to begin to think. But there's some people here who have some hidden agendas about the coast. And I think it's bad. I think it's wrong. And I think we need to look at those hidden agendas as people who want to destroy the coast. They want to bring something to it that just doesn't exist. Thank you.
Nancy Black, to be followed by Michael Brown.
Hi, I'm Nancy Black. I'm a board member on the Gaviota Coast Conservancy and a local citizen, a member of the media. And this has been an arduous process, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears has gone into it. I would request that you approve the measure, imperfect as it is, and continue the conversation. A lot of stakeholders are obviously place huge value in this area. It's a sacred and special place. And I'm grateful for what has arisen so far to create this type of a conversation about that place. And I also just want to reiterate a stand I know is popular in my community and my family to protect that area from fracking, despite the lobbyists' words. Thank you. Thank you for your guardianship of the Gaviota Coast.
Michael Brown. How about Steve Purcell? And Keith Zandona. Oh. Steve, then Keith Zandona.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, I'm Steve Forsell. First, I'd like to say that I attended 2 of the GavPAC meetings, barely made it through. They were difficult, lengthy meetings, and the tenacity shown by the members was really exceptional to get to this point. So I commend them for that. I want to speak to you about the trail situation. In the GavPAC plan, I note that they talk about world-class trail network. That would be very important, not only for locals to have that access, but for tourism as well. And the fact that it actually has access to the beaches and had vertical access to the beach means even more. I'm just back from Colorado, where the first thing I looked for was where's the best fishing, but the second is where's the best hiking. And so as a tourist there, my wife and I spent quite a bit of time hiking, and I think if we have a world-class trail system, which could easily be obtained on the Gaviota Coast, that would be a big benefit to the community. So I do urge you to accept the policies adopted as proposed with regards to trails, and I appreciate all the work that everyone has put into this effort. Thank you so much.
Keith Zandona, to be followed by Lee Moldaver.
Well, I guess it still is morning. Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Keith Zandona, and I've spent I'm a lifetime user of the Gaviota Coast. Finally, a Gaviota Coast plan. We've been fighting development fence line to fence line for over 20 years. It may not be the perfect plan, and not everyone is happy, but it's a start. I've been lucky enough to have been to many of the finest world's coastlines. The Gaviota Coast is world-class, and there cannot be enough protection of this special place for those who come after us. Thank you.
Lee Moldaver, to be followed by Mark Tontram.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the supervisors. Lee Moldaver for the Citizens Planning Association and the Coastal Resource Center. I agree with everything that Keith said, agree with everything that Nancy Black said. This conversation has been going on for 20 years now. In that time, Naomi Schwartz has passed away, Willie Chamberlain has passed away, Joe Centeno and Steve's dad has cycled through as Mayor of Santa Maria.
They're still alive.
I know.
Okay.
Happily, my friend from the 2nd District, Tom Rogers, has passed away. The chair used to have different facial hair. I had more hair and it was darker. 20 years is a long time. I think that it's time to approve the draft of the plan that's before you today, with a recommendation that the new board revisit some of the suggestions for incentives and consideration of the fracking. Some people think that the fact that WISPA and the tree huggers and the different sets of lawyers don't agree after 20 years is a sign of weakness of the plan. I agree with the chair that this is probably a sign that we're doing something right and that it's ready to wrap it up. Don't forget, this is the last large working rural landscape on Southern California's coast. Adopt the plan and protect it. Thank you.
Mark Tontram, followed by Susie Tontram.
Good morning. Chair Adam and members of the board, I'll just address one issue here, but my name is Mark Tottram. Our family owns and operates the Aurelia Ranch on the Gaviota Coast, which has been in our family since 1866. The one thing I want to address is the residential incentive second unit. I recommend that the Board of Supervisors consider broadening the proposed ordinance language of the incentive program and the definition of the incentive dwelling unit to allow an incentive unit when a landowner dedicates a permanent agricultural, conservation, or scenic viewshed easement on the property. This voluntary landowner action would provide a permanent and value-added benefit to the Gaviota Coast and can further the goals and policies of the county with respect to resource protection, habitat preservation, viewshed protection, and agricultural sustainability. I believe that this approach is more practical and would provide landowners an opportunity to apply for a second unit, which could help keep their families connected to the land. In the interest of assisting county staff and your board in these deliberations, I believe you have the attachment I included with my letter proposing language to Ordinance 35-470, which would enable you to incorporate this change to the program and provide a truly meaningful landowner incentive that has the potential to protect the Gaviota Coast for future generations. Thanks.
Susie Tottram, to be followed by Jeff Carruthers is our final speaker.
Hi, I'm Mark's wife. As he mentioned, our ranch has been in the family 150 years. We're the third oldest continuously operated ranch in the county and by far the oldest on the Gaviota Coast. In the 1800s, there were 500,000 head of cattle in this area when it was Alta California. There was a terrible drought in the early 1860s, but this is an enormous part of our local history, and I ask you to help us keep it alive. The future of the Gaviota Coast I'll give you an example. The ranch behind us, which was once agricultural and ran cattle, has now an LA billionaire who uses it as an occasional weekend getaway, doesn't have a single animal, and no agriculture at all. And he doesn't even want to meet his neighbors. Mark's family lost 44 oceanfront acres to eminent domain, a ranch house, a double redwood barn, and a shop in 1970 for the 101. We lost the ability to make a living in a way because the farmland was the level swath that is now the 101. So we are depending on agriculture and cattle. If this plan goes through, it feels like this rape continues. The families could have made millions splitting and selling acreage prior to the 320-acre rule. They did not. To these people, it is not about money, but about keeping the land intact and our way of life. People say the Gaviota Coast is beautiful, that it is not Orange County. That is because of the ranchers, as other people have said today.
Thank you.
Not because of your endless rules and regulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Jeff Carruthers. This will be our final speaker.
Chairman Adams, supervisors, and particularly to Supervisor Farr, who initiated this entire process, which is long overdue, and also to Charles Kimball, who chaired the GAVPAC, and all the GAVPAC members, all of whom I believe consider themselves to be environmentalists. My wife and I have lived on the Gaviota Coast since 1974. I first came to the Gaviota Coast in 1955 with my parents and my brother when we went to Refugio Beach for a vacation. I fell in love with the place all through grade school and high school, made many trips up this direction, waiting for my opportunity to get to UCSB so I could be here all the time. My wife and I live in a home on the Gaviota Coast. There's wildlife all around our home. We stay inside and observe their activity out of sight. Among the wildlife that frequents our yard are deer, bobcats, coyotes, roadrunners, quail, badgers, raptors, flocks of bluebirds and meadowlarks, and many other avian species. If we step outside, the wildlife disappears quickly. Animals in the wild don't like people. Please don't make the mistake of introducing from all over large numbers of unsupervised people and their dogs and eliminate the wildlife from their habitat. If the county staff believes that the trails through the homeland of previously undisturbed wildlife is, quote, environmentally preferable, then the only environment that they see as important is the recreational environment. After all, to deem that trails through wildlife habitat should be exempt from ESHA requirements prove recreation trumps the protection and preservation of wildlife in the minds of the Planning Commission. And this is particularly the case in bluff-top trails, where there's a very razor-thin environment which will be destroyed completely forever if there's a trail along those bluff tops. So thank you very much.
All right. And again, I apologize for the short nature of that, but that's the way these deals go. Okay, so that's back to us, deliberation. Staff want to respond to anything? I think this thing is fully cooked. It's been in the oven for 20 years. Supervisor Wolf, you have a question?
I have a question of staff. You know, the issue of the railroad and the visual impacts, you know, I think it's an interesting notion because if Highway 101 is considered, you know, a public thoroughfare and you protect visual resources from 101, why wouldn't the same hold true from the railroad?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, the plan protects the visual resources from all public viewing areas, and it would protect resources from the railroad. However, when the plan went through initiation hearings, and I believe it was the Planning Commission, you know, through that hearing process, they looked at this question of whether this view they decided that the view corridor overlay and the additional policies that would apply to development as seen from the view corridor identified in the overlay, they set it as Highway 101. So they did put a higher, they provided some higher level of protection by applying the view corridor overlay to views from Highway 101. There are still many policies and all the visual policies, I think 1 through 12, or 1 through 11, would also apply to any other public view, which would include views from the railroad.
So I'm looking at visual policy VIS 15 ocean views, and it talks, and it says, designed to preserve unobstructed broad views of the ocean from Highway 101 and shall be clustered to the maximum extent feasible. So my question in that particular policy, why wouldn't the railroad be included there? Because that is, I think that would be the essence of that, of the protection of the visual corridor.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, policy Viz 15 is one of the policies listed under the critical viewshed corridor overlay, and that set of policies was specifically designed to apply to the views from 101. So policies Viz 12 through Viz 17 are specific to the views from the 101. So there are other view policies in this document, as well as the design guidelines, which also provide many view protection policies and standards through the design guidelines that would apply and help protect views from the railroad.
So just help me out. Where would I find that? And someone else can ask a question, and I'll look for it.
Beginning on page 6-10 of the plan.
Okay, I'm with you. I don't see any. Are you saying that there's something in here that talks about the railroad? Again, why don't you go to another question and I'll read this page, but I just didn't see it before.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, just to be clear, all of those policies, Viz 1 through Viz 11, would apply to all public viewing areas, including the railroad.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, if there are no other questions from the board or staff, let me just start here since it is in my district. So first of all, thank you to everybody who's not only in the room today, but all the people that have been in the room or have submitted comments through this very long process. You know, it really has been a community effort. And just to kind of refresh our memories, I'd like to read the community vision statement that kicks off this beautiful document. The plan is intended to preserve the rural character of Gaviota by protecting and enhancing its varied and unique natural and cultural resources, agricultural productivity, and by enhancing public recreation and access consistent with the capacity of its resources. So to try to implement that vision, let me just run through what I would call Gaviota by the numbers. So the process started about 7.5 years ago, my very first term in office. 11 GavPAC members chosen from 30 applications, which had 68 public meetings, 56 subcommittee meetings, one all-day workshop. Would have had more because they were so dedicated to this work, but at some point in time we did have to move it forward, and so I have to say that you know, the process was not arbitrarily cut off. It actually had way more PAC meetings than any other PAC process that I can think of, including the Orchid Community Plan, which I think up until the GavPAC had held the record for that. It then went into 9 Planning Commission hearings on initiation, also had a hearing at the board, had 75 days of public review for the EIR, an additional 4 Planning Commission hearings on the draft plan, I'm saying, a total of about 140 meetings to get us to the meeting today. I think that all of the issues that have been raised here today and in the letters that we've received since the Planning Commission, my understanding are that they were all raised at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission considered them, made some additional changes, and then recommended the plan that's before us today that I do believe is a fair and balanced plan. There are a couple issues that I want to mention, though, in particular. The first is the role of the GAVPAC. And again, I can't thank them enough for the untold hours that they volunteered, to the point of even creating additional subcommittees to look at various issues, and which have been incorporated in here. However, I do think it's important to understand the role of PACs, not just in the Gaviota planning, but in any community planning, which is to provide a set of goals. And the process is always the way this one goes, where it starts with a PAC, goes to staff, goes to the Planning Commission, comes to the board, and it is a constant process of refinement. This process has been no different than any other community plan process, certainly that I have been involved with. I want to highlight a couple of things. One is about the incentives. This was something that the GAVPAC felt very strongly about. I think it was really important to include it. When we initiated this at the board, I made a special point to say we needed to study this in the EIR, and the alternative that came out of that has been incorporated with a follow-on action item, which I can't emphasize enough, to look at it in more detail and expand it even more. The issue of house size limitation was brought up at the Planning Commission, and they considered this and they decided against it. We've heard a number of speakers talk about trail siting. I think if you look at the Recreation-5, where there's 9 points listed underneath that about everything that would go into any possible trail siting, you will see that it's extremely comprehensive. And you know, at the end of the day, it would have to have a permit and it would have to have environmental review. So I think all of the issues that people are concerned about potential siting, about potential impacts to the environment, to habitats, to ESHA, would all have to be examined in great detail if an actual trail segment was to come forward. Somebody raised the issue of how we define premise. My understanding is that's a standard definition at the county. And it's not per parcel, it's for one contiguous holding. The whole issue of protection of fire, I'm also very concerned about. The issue of defensible space came up, the role of county fire. Of course, county fire always has the last word as far as how to best protect the community. I'm also always very concerned about the protection of historic and cultural resources. And so I take to heart the comments from Mr. Arredondo, but again, I think, you know, in looking at that, the county has a very strong history of being very protective of cultural resources, and I think this plan doesn't weaken that in any way. I want to particularly mention the letter from the Gaviota neighbors, which has come up a number of times. You know, in reading through it several times, it has 14 separate points in it. The vast majority of them are agreeing what's in the plan and just are asking for it not to be changed, and I agree with that. So there certainly are a number of things that the agricultural community has wanted, not just in Gaviota, but in other parts of the county, and that's the permit streamlining, the ag permit tiering for additional uses, and again, the incentive program. Of course, you know, there are a lot of other issues in here as well that the broader community has been concerned about, whether it's the protection of visual resources or other resources, or, you know, future planning for recreational opportunities are all in this plan. So, I'm just not interested in making any wholesale changes here today. There are 3 things that I've asked staff to take a look at, and I think they're ready with some additional language. One has to do with Ag 7, and that is changing the should to shall, and this is in response, I think it's also in the Gaviota Neighbors letter, about pursuing the categorical exemptions. There was some lack of clarity about the number of incentive dwellings per premise that could be allowed. My understanding is that that would be 2, although in the work plan item, that's something that could be certainly expanded. And then I think that it would be appropriate to add an action item about a community wildfire protection plan. I know that that's something that has worked well in other parts of the county, and I think that it's very important to have it here. Of the fires that were listed, of course, we've already had another one since this plan was written, the Sherpa fire. So, obviously the Gaviota plan area is beloved by all of you and by not only this county, but people in the state and in the nation. And it's deserving of the very best and highest protections we can give it, while still balancing the needs of the existing uses, primarily agriculture, with the desires for the future. And I believe that this plan accomplishes that and more, thanks to all the many hours that all of you have put into it and by staff. So thank you all again for all of your hard work, and except for these several changes that I'm suggesting, I think that I'm ready to move this forward, and I would go ahead and move staff's recommended actions A, B, and C 1 through 7 with these few amendments.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on C, the word premises, and you said, Supervisor Farr, that the definition is one holding. Where is that noted, so that we're clear about that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, the premises definition is located in the zoning ordinances in the glossary section. So in the county LUDC and in the Article 2 coastal zone, premises is defined as all of the land under one ownership surrounding a structure or a building. So the definition already exists in the ordinance, so we did not add it to our proposed ordinance amendments for the incentive dwellings.
So can you explain then why there is some concern about this issue? Are there competing definitions, or I mean, we've received letters about this, so if you can just explain why that is the case.
I am not certain for their concerns, because our ordinances have one definition, and the incentive dwelling unit section of the ordinance amendments would follow that definition.
Is it, well, I guess I can look, is it defined in this book?
It's defined in the county land use and development code.
But is it defined
not
within
the plan itself, and not within the ordinance amendment package.
Did you want to say something, Ms. Black?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, I just wanted to point out that the incentive dwelling unit provisions are included in the county's zoning ordinances, and that's where the definition is. So it seems like it's all in the right place.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I will second Supervisor Farr's motion. I'm assuming that was a motion so I'll second the motion. And I will also say that certainly the plan is not perfect. And I too want to thank everybody who participated. Mr. Moldaver said this was a 20-year long process. It's actually longer than that. It's 30 plus years. And I've been involved with these issues, working with Supervisor Schwartz and now 12 years as a county supervisor. That's at least 24. And I know Supervisor Wallace had been greatly involved with these issues for many years. You know, certainly it's not perfect, but it's a very important step forward. I think the fact that all parties that spoke are a little disappointed in the final product maybe demonstrates that it's a reasonable compromise. I think this is going to do a lot of good for preserving agriculture, resource protection, recreation, and public access. I think Supervisor Farr, the GAVPAC, and everybody who's participated has come up with a reasonably decent plan. Certainly it could be enhanced. Certainly it's not perfect. But I appreciate Supervisor Farr's diligent work with all stakeholders over the years to try to come up with a balance. And like I said, it's not perfect, but I think it's a major, major step forward. And I want to commend everybody who's participated, although not completely happy, and Supervisor Farr for doing her best in putting this together.
Mr. Chair, if we could just run through the other two slides so that it's really clear to the board what the changes are that Supervisor recommended, I think that'd be a good idea.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, and our coordination with planning on that point would be that you'd have an opportunity within the motion and the second to make clear that those adopted the language shown in the 3 slides, so we have great clarity on the motion.
Okay, and as soon as that's done, Supervisor Labanino wants to make some comments. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members of the board?
Please do.
So this was, we mentioned this one for the incentive dwelling unit to ensure that there would be no more than 2 incentive dwellings on a property where it would be possible to request 2. Action AG7, the categorical exclusion process, is the action item that the Planning Commission added to the plan, and we received comments that we should change the language from should to shall, and this is how this action item would then read with that minor change. And the third was to add an action item to the plan for encouraging and supporting the development of community wildfire protection plans for the at-risk communities of the Gaviota Coast Plan area in compliance with the Community Wildfire Protection Plan development process.
Okay, and has that been accepted by the maker in the second of the motion?
Mr. Chair, so, my motion includes these 3 changes, so it would be staff's recommended actions and with these amendments.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I will admit I come late to this party because if it's been going on for 20 or 30 years, I've only been here for 6. So the GAVPAC was already appointed by the time I got here. So I don't have the historical knowledge that you all do, but
if the shoe fits,
you know
baby.
I've been waiting 6 years, and he finally had a good line, and now you're leaving.
So you have to go so soon. It's such a shame.
But it kind of struck me as like, why are we spending, I think now it's close to $1 million in maybe 20 years on a plan that I drive by there, probably 3 or 4 times a week, and I look at what we have currently, and I see the balance right now between ag and environmental protection, and it is one of the most beautiful places. I think Mr. Stableford hit it on the head when he said it's because of the people that live there and own the property there that it is the way it is right now, and the stewardship that they've provided. So, in reading what the vision was, it does say that the vision is and the intention is to preserve the rural character, including ag productivity. It is interesting that when we read that, and then we find all the people that are actually involved in ag and are opposed to the plan. So, I never thought that we'd get to a point where everybody would agree that it's a good plan. That's kind of, I don't think that's ever happened on any item I've ever dealt with that's this, it's this large. So, but I think one of the other things is 76% of the Gaviota coast, the private lands, are protected already under the Williamson Act as well. I think that's important to remember. And I really looked at this Gaviota Neighbors group letter because it is 93% of the private landowners and what their feelings are. And I agree with Supervisor Farr that I think 9 of the 14 or 10 of the 14 are items that they agree with. So there's just very few disagreements, but I think that they're very important disagreements, especially when it comes to siting of trails. And I know that, if somebody goes to site a trail, they'll have to go through a different permitting structure. But, I think for once, I have to, I think that I'm going to side with the EDC a little bit here and say, boy, Brian Troutwine was like, what? There's 13 Class 1 impacts. And, earlier we've struggled with that in the past. And now because it's a trail, it seems like it's okay. So I'm not going to be able to support the plan. It doesn't mean that I disagree with everything in the plan. One of the things we talked about was, like coastal access. There's 4 places right in this plan where you can have coastal access at Capitan, Refugio, Gaviota State Park, and Halama Beach County Park. There's trails in 9 different locations already. So, if somebody brought up tourism, I'd come to this place the way it is right now. It's beautiful. So I don't need to go traipsing through somebody's private property along the bluff top. It would be nice, but I don't own that piece of property, so I don't feel like I'm entitled to do that. And I think somebody else brought up a good point. I can't remember who it was, but the idea that the more people you run through there, the less beautiful it's going to be, and the less wildlife you're going to see. I think also Randy brought up a good point as well. Of you're probably going to get more trails if you don't exactly tell somebody where it has to be, and you work more towards a plan. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to support it, but I do appreciate all those that put a lot of hard work into it, and hopefully it'll do what we all intended to do.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, on this issue of trails, just to be clear, no one will be forced to have a trail. Isn't that the incentive program? Isn't that the essence of that? Or
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, there's a variety of different avenues to potentially get a trail easement. The incentive program is just one of those tools. It could be associated with if there's a nexus with a development plan or working with property owners or direct purchase of an easement. So the incentive program is one component. Yes.
So there are many tools, but no one will be forced to have a trail necessarily. You can't when you look at this mapping, you can't say that this is all going to happen. It's going to be specific to the holding, correct?
Correct. The PRT map is a long-term, at least, look at where at least preferred trails could be located, and certainly, I think Barone Trail is probably the only trail in the last 20 plus years on the Gaviota Coast that's been able to be pursued. So it's opportunistic. It's looking at opportunities of when those come forward, and a lot of the impacts in the EIR were programmatic because you don't know exactly where the trail is going to be aligned and which trails. So it takes a worst case look, and that's why you see a lot of the Class 1 impacts. But certainly there's going to be, as opportunities arise, public involvement in terms of looking at appropriate alignments, working with parks and other departments, and trail siting guidelines to minimize all of those impacts.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Well, I'll just start off by saying that I will support the motion because I do think it's high time that we move this plan forward. But I will say that, well, you know, just when we were looking at our local coastal plan, I had a lot of concerns about Gaviota, and obviously this is in Supervisor Farr's district, and I think at that time there was talk that we were going to be moving into this Gaviota plan process. This is an incredibly special place in our community, in our state, in our nation, and in our world. And so I don't think any of us take what we're doing today lightly, and I really do appreciate the landowners who have embraced the property and the land. And I think what, at least from my perspective, it's to have a balanced plan and basically a guide of where we're going to be going in the future. And the notion of extensive development, I know someone talked about large homes. That doesn't seem to bother some people, but I will say that large mansionization on Gaviota Coast wouldn't be something that I would support. And I did look further into the plan about the second dwellings, so I do see the square footage that is allowed in that incentive program, which I think is reasonable. I think that the issue of fracking, steam injection, and enhanced oil and gas recovery that is now discouraged in the plan. I would have been very happy if we would have banned the practice on the Gaviota Coast. You know, of all the places where we, you know, just having recently seen the horrible mess from the pipeline rupture on the Gaviota Coast, and not only what it did on the land, but what it did to the environment in the ocean. And the thought that we wouldn't ban it on our on the Gaviota Coast is just disappointing to me, because this is an opportunity that we have to do it. Now, legal minds would probably differ. In my mind, I do believe that we have the right to make that determination for the health and safety of our community and our environment. So I believe that we could have made that that statement. You know, given that, discourage is okay. It's not as good as ban. And I think in that pristine area that we all value, we should be banning it. There was a picture, I think, in here where we saw all the, you know, people go back hundreds of years, and there was a picture in the book that showed all of the gas and oil development that was on the Gaviota Coast. And I think we've come a long way. And the notion that we might ever go back to that period of time would be incredibly bad. I think that the ESH overlay ordinance could have been expanded. I was concerned about the railroad views, and you know, I appreciated what you clarified for me, staff, Ms. Harris, but I think that there would have been more protection had it been in the Viz 13 and 14. The incentives program, I think is fine. The other issue I had was the definition of premise, and so I'm going to make the assumption and feel confident that's in what staff is saying. The farm stays is, someone brought up about the APAC voted about that short-term rentals are not compatible use on Williamson Act land and cautioned against allowing short-term rentals on non-contracted ag zone land as well. Is there any reason why we wouldn't revise the farm stay section of the zoning ordinance to specify that all other forms of transient lodging must secure a CUP?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, it's a complex discussion, and I think your board is going to have that discussion on December 6th with respect to the short-term rentals, both in residential zones and certainly on agricultural zones. And I think a lot of those other pieces will probably, weigh into at least the board's consideration. So at least.
So you don't think that it's appropriate to do anything right now with this definition?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's it.
Okay, well, I guess it's my turn. Mr. Kimball started off with saying that there was a plan that the community wanted. And I think he was referring to the original GAVPAC plan. And that begs the question, especially of the replacement GAVPAC plan, which we're looking at now, who's the community? And, Andy Caldwell talked about consent of the governed. And, community plans, I think this is if I may use a inflammatory word, a bastardization of the community plan process. I think that community plans, as referenced the Orchid one, are supposed to be used in an urban setting and not in an agricultural setting at all. The ag element is what everybody in agriculture fought that battle and spent untold hours on the ag element, and that's supposed to be what controls ag land use. But here it seems that this just isn't good enough. And so now we got to have a community plan. And I just think that community plans are just inappropriate for ag areas. And I'm sorry we spent all that money, but it is what it is. It's inappropriate. And in this case, it would be like Santa Maria making a community plan for Tepiscay. It's you just don't do that. So we talk about a good game. Here's another example where we talk about supporting agriculture, but then we really turn around and make agriculture, commercially viable agriculture, impossible. And somebody said we were going to preserve agriculture. Well, if you like your agriculture preserved in formaldehyde, it's perfect. Finally, the lack of the normal language in the board letter is stunning to me. Always I have seen at the end of these recommendations on the first page of the board letter first and spilling over into the second page of the board letter, have a caveat at the end that if you want to do something else, you refer it back to staff and for further instructions, new findings, whatnot. Well, that doesn't appear on this one. So, by all indications, it looks like the fix is in here. This was probably written well before anybody ever started, is my guess. And we went through the charade, and then at some point it wasn't going to get finished fast enough, or it wasn't going to the right place, and so it got abruptly moved to what we see now. And so I just feel like also the extent to which the ag groups are are agreeing to some of this stuff, like in the neighbor's letter, it's just because they feel like they've been backed into a corner and they have no choice, and they're trying to minimize the damage rather than that they actually support the thing. So obviously, I won't be supporting it. Your question, sir.
Can I ask a question?
I think Salud wanted to ask one first. Okay, so he's calling for the question. I'm sorry. You want to
I
ask
do have a
question?
question, and I
Okay.
don't want to belabor this point, but I do think it's really important when you're looking at the possibility of increasing the density on the coast. So I really need to be clear, and I know you've, on the issue of premises. And for instance, if a premises is a building, correct? So if you have a piece of land and you have a few buildings on the land, is each building the premises, or is it the entire holding?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, it's the entire holding, whether it's multiple parcels, but it's all under single ownership, the entire acreage of the holding.
Okay.
One premise.
Looks like Ms. Harris has something. What was she going to say?
We just, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, we've just pulled up the definition of premises in the LUDC, and it says specifically, the area of land in one ownership surrounding a home or building.
So if you have 3 buildings,
If you have 3 buildings on a property under the same ownership, that is
It's just one
That is
premises.
one premises.
okay. All right, thank you.
All right, let's call for the question. Mr. Allen, roll call, please.
Mr. Carbajal? Ms. Wolf? Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino?
Nope.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Passes 3-2.
Okay, you want to read us out to closed session, Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Adam and Supervisors, today in closed session, the Board will be considering one case of existing litigation, Christina Almanza versus County of Santa Barbara, 2 potential cases of anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, 1 case of deciding whether to initiate litigation, 1 conference with real property negotiators.
If we could have a little quiet in here, please. We're trying to read into the record, please.
Concerning parcel number 069100004.
Thank you for your
near
cooperation.
Kellogg Avenue in unincorporated area of the county.
Apparently
And
not.
conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives.
And how long do you think that that's going to take?
Approximately 1 hour.
Okay, so we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
This goes.
Pays the same. All right, we're back in session on item number 2. We have community services.
And right before we get to that, I'll just
that's
report
right.
out from closed session. Today, in closed session, the board considered one case of existing litigation, Almanza versus County of Santa Barbara, 2 cases of significant exposure to litigation, with meeting with counsel, 1 case of deciding whether to initiate litigation, 1 real property item for parcel at 069100004 near Kellogg Avenue, and that was a Southern California Edison property, and then conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. No reportable action.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Gazzoni. I have some kind of a block on that. Mr. Chapchian.
Thank you, Chair Adams. Good afternoon.
Sorry. I don't know. For a guy that isn't in a hurry, I'm skipping over a lot.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, read us in.
Item 3 is from Community Services. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding approval of the fiscal year 2016-17 action plan, substantial amendment to add the Los Adobe de Maria 3 affordable housing project in the 4th District.
Now we can do it.
Good afternoon, Chair Adam and Board of Supervisors. And if you're not in a hurry, we certainly can.
Are we on 2?
We're going to do 2.
Oh, item 2.
Well, maybe you should just read them both in. Okay.
Community Services, item number 2 is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding substantial amendments to the 2015-2020 5-year consolidated plan and fiscal year 16-17 action plan to add veterans as a preference category.
No.
Okay. Good afternoon. Again, take 3.
We'll do it until we get it right.
All
It's
right.
okay.
Well,
It pays the same.
We'll try not to keep you here too long. We'll
All right.
try to zip through this. Good afternoon, Chair Adam and the Board of Supervisors. I'm pleased to present to the Board for Board's approval an amendment to the county's 5-year consolidated action plan to include a preference for low-income veterans in the federal home program. You recall in June of 2016, there was a discussion about Good Sam purchase of a house in Orcutt, and the fact that the board wanted to try to put some veterans in those houses, but we couldn't because of the consolidated plan and the fact that it didn't give preferences. This action, your board directed us to come back with an action to amend the consolidated plan that would allow for preferences for low-income veterans for home-funded programs. So with me today are Dinah Lockhart and Lori Baker from the Housing and Development Division, and Lori will do the presentation on this item.
Good afternoon, Chair Adam, members of the board. This first slide just shows a summary of the recommendations for consideration today. HUD home regulations allow a limitation or preferences for occupancy of housing if they are described in the county's consolidated plan. HUD also requires an amendment to the current action plan. If approved, the county will be able to require owners of housing and administrators of tenant-based rental assistance programs that were funded with home funds to provide a preference to veterans, which means that veterans may be considered ahead of other applicants for vacant units or TBRA assistance. The preference will be applied on home-funded housing. The veteran's preference must be included in the financing documents for each property or TBRA program. HUD requires that the county provide the public with an opportunity to comment on any amendments to the county's consolidated plan or action plans, and that a public hearing be held. The public comment period began for this item on October 8th and ends at the close of the public hearing on this agenda item. No comments have been received to date. Staff recommends approval of the amendments to the consolidated plan and action plan to add the ability of the county to apply a preference for veterans under the home program. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any public comment?
No request to speak.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this seems pretty straightforward, and coincidentally, there was, I think, a story on the local news station about that house in Orchid having been finished and opened, and interviewed a couple of the veterans that were moving in there. So I think that this is a really good thing to do, and I'm happy to move staff's recommended actions.
Second.
Any additional comments? All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to 3, which has already been read into the record.
It's been read.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Again, I think this, today,
Oh, you want to do it again?
I think, yeah, council's advised us to maybe just
All
read
right.
that again.
All right.
So this is the community services item number 3. This is recommendations regarding the approval of the fiscal year 16-17 action plan, substantial amendment to add the Los Adobe de Maria 3 affordable housing project. This is in the 4th district.
We're slavish to the rules here.
Okay. I will turn this over to Lori to do the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Adam, members of the board. Again, this first slide is a summary of the recommended actions for consideration today. The county is the lead entity of the County Home Consortium, which receives an annual allocation of home funds from HUD. The uses of home funds must be included in the county's annual action plan, which is submitted to HUD. The action plan for fiscal year 2016-17 was approved by the board in May. The action plan must now be amended to add projects that were not included at the time the plan was submitted to HUD. The board approved a preliminary reservation of $948,852 for Los Adobes de Maria 3, contingent on the project receiving an award of low-income housing tax credits. The project was awarded tax credits in September. Today's amendment adds the project to the action plan, and staff will return to the board for consideration of approval of the loan documents on November 15th. If the board does not approve the loan documents, then the project will be removed from the action plan. The recommendations also include approval of up to $15,000 in home funds to cover county staff costs for project management. HUD requires that the action plan be amended to add any new projects that the public be afforded an opportunity to comment on the proposed projects during a 13-day public comment period and at a public hearing. No comments have been received to date. The 30-day public comment period concludes at the end of the public hearing for this agenda item. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Public comment?
No requests to speak.
Okay. Back to the board for deliberations.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and move this item.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Well, I believe that concludes our meeting for today and brings us back on the 15th. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a wrap. Is it?